She doesn't care.
You should have all the energy in the fucking world. You should bang the shit out of her. You're like a teenager. I mean, come on, bro.
I did.
I mean, when are you exerting any fucking, you know?
I did.
You're like an 18-year-old boy.
She was horribly annoying, and she missed her flight, so I had to pick her back up or get her an Uber or get her a new flight. It was so horribly annoying. And she's so high strung and so high energy, and she can't stop talking. She walks all around the neighborhood and makes new friends with this homeless person over there and this pot shop dealer over there. And it's like, girl, you know, very nice meeting you, and let me help you get home. Goodbye.
Yeah, I don't like girls like that either. I'm not gonna lie. I like my girls quiet, healthy.
Yeah, I'm dating a Muslim girl now, and Bosnian. But I am worried she's part of an Al-Qaeda sleeper cell, so that's the downside. But it is a spicy romance.
Kind of hot, yeah. It's kind of hot when they're like espionage like that.
Yeah, and since I'm involved in politics, there are certain women that think that they are gathering intelligence from me, and especially Danielle.
When Fatima presses it so many times, I don't want to let her up. When she presses it like 4 or 5 times like that, I just leave her in the fucking audience.
Right. Okay, let's give her a chance.
Yeah, give me a fucking chance, bitch.
Okay, don't do
this. Abby, that's why everybody hates you, because of what you just did right there. You see that?
I'm trying to be not like, I don't care if you hate me, but like, it's just, I don't know. Sometimes she behaves, you know?
Sometimes? Like what? Like 40% of the time?
Well, in my room, she never does this. I swear to God, she's really well behaved. She's always contributing to the conversation. I don't know why she does it.
Talking about my dog, like she's always so well behaved at home. You know.
She
give me a fucking
when I was saying that, she is kind of like my dog. She's always
This is what I'm saying. Like, I'm not responsible for this woman. Like,
okay, me neither. Everyone always says like Abby.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not responsible for her. I have other women that I'm responsible for.
Oh my God,
I'm not gonna come online and then play like Big
when you do this, she gets reactionary. If you just ignore her, she doesn't.
I'm not gonna ignore her. No, I'm gonna keep going like this. So I'm gonna keep triggering her. So I'm not her older brother, nor her older cousin or anything like that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'd walk her across the street. Like, I would walk her across the street, would make sure she's okay. You know what I'm saying? Like,
would you please melt that hole in your face?
You know, like, I would, you know, like, if I dropped her off, I'd make sure she gets in her house before I drive away. You know, shit like that. But that's as far as it goes.
Oh my God, I don't need anything from you.
Well, you sound like you do when you come in and you just start wailing out curse words, and then I feel responsible. You're making me feel responsible.
Blame me. It was my
blame.
Joy now.
I'm sorry, we
I
exist.
have a bad mother.
Victory now.
Oh, I'm a mother now.
I don't know.
Mother? You said mother?
Mother.
Yeah, you sounded really black when you did that.
I am black. No, don't do that.
You sounded stupid black when you did that. Like super black.
Anyway, let's go back to Pearl. So she was annoying. You have to keep her for a week. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it really makes you question the value of a doctor.
I've never in my life, bro, like, I've had relationships where, you know, like, we went out for like we were with each other every single day for like 2 months straight, and then we fucked the shit out of each other, and then like one day we just were like, I'm not talking to you anymore.
Yeah.
Like that happens.
Yeah, I know.
That happens.
Say that.
What?
Go ahead. Don't look like that, please.
No, he's just stating the facts.
I was like, what? Oh, man. Don't tell me that's wrong. You're not my girl, bro. I just explained to you before, I'm not your man. You're not my girl. So we're not with that conversation, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, So I'm trying to create boundaries here with us. You understand? Like I'm creating a force field. You know, I stay in my space. You get what I'm trying to say? We don't intervene in each other's spaces.
I don't get it. I just don't. I'm sorry. I just don't
get
it.
It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Anyway.
I know it's fine.
No, I feel responsible.
Anyway, what about Pearl again?
No, nothing. It's just they didn't believe me that he was up with a girl.
Yeah.
And then I said, okay, Narcus, do you believe me now?
Yes, I believe you.
Okay.
I still don't believe it.
No, they did because every time he went into
Was she hot? Is she hot?
Yeah,
Is she cute?
she's pretty hot.
She's not bad looking, no.
Yeah, she's got a great body. She's
I
beautiful.
mean,
Yeah.
like I said, like he has a character. He's a character. That's why some women would like that.
I think she liked me because I was
they
like,
think I have a crush on you. Can you believe that?
you're capable of even love?
Oh my gosh! Don't be fucking mean, you fucking baldhead. Can you go be bald somewhere else?
You know, you can't say, I hope you go bald. That's the one thing about my head.
I never said that. I hope you have your hair back one day.
Wow. No, I like that one.
My husband or your husband.
Sorry, what did you say?
Who's cuter, my husband or John?
Oh, definitely your husband.
Your husband.
Your husband is like, yeah, at least I will trust him, you know, and that's
It's so cute.
Yeah, she's a nice girl, but she almost killed me, so that kind of spoiled the any kind of sentimentality. No, she didn't give me COVID. She gave me her vaccinated viral shedding. That's what she gave me.
All right, I'm gonna link a book at the top for readers' choice here. Some interesting stuff going on with this book.
it's loading.
Did it go?
No. What is it? The Quran again?
Yeah, but the Syro-Aramaic. It's also talks about this often. What's his name? Elias. He used to send me these things in my WhatsApp group chat. I still have to find that paper for Daniel. The one that talks about like the what was the one I was telling you about? Oh, the grandparents of Muhammad. Grandparent and the uncle.
Oh, you mean that?
How do you like the title, the room title, the house title? You like it?
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah. Arabic Quran gods.
So wait, no, find Islam in the Bible. So what would be the claims for Islam in the Bible? Have you heard any yet? I'm sure you have.
So like the historian claim, very, very, very critical claim would be like highly skeptical critical claim would be that Muhammad in the 7th century like wanted to make change for his people, therefore he utilized resources that were already available on land. He was extremely inclusive in the first 10 years where both the Christian and the Jew were part and parcel of the movement, Mohammedan movement, to bring about like change in his society, especially to bridge the gap between the corrupt elitists and the people. He did correct a few concepts, such as that of the Trinity, wherein he's not saying no to it. He's saying do not explain God in those terms, and he's more inclined towards like the Judeo God, the pure monotheistic God, where he's saying it's not composed, it's simple, God is necessary, etc. We don't have to describe it in like persons, etc. Yet he's very generous to the Messiah claim of the Christian. He's saying it's okay as so long as we like change our society. As we like move forward, he's also becoming a statesman. His movement becomes very large. He, however, doesn't like seek to conquer areas. Conquering, etc., happens after his death. And during his lifetime, he builds like an empire of faith. He is a God man. He's closely meditation with God. And when he comes out, he's not like sharing with people the verbatim speech of God per se. He's also like using his intelligence, right, with clarity, and using concepts that pre-existed within Judeo-Christianity to spread like goodwill and bring about this religion of perennialism called Islam. None of this would be granted by today's like extremist Muslims, sadly.
Well, sadly, that's a very generous interpretation. So generous that I'm literally just overflowing with your generosity, because that's very nicely put. For what we could say is actually a criminal mafia takeover of the region, and he's a charlatan, not a god man, a scam artist, and a frauder. And again, that's a very generous interpretation that I am shocked and overflowing with your generosity.
Most historians will grant what I say.
Yeah, that's because most historians are very generous like you. Unfortunately, that's just like the Wikipedia narrative. It's very boring and not accurate in the slightest.
Also will like claim that which they hold true in high probability, right? You, on the other hand, just are so like drenched in your biases and your indoctrination that you cannot grant like an archetype.
Be careful.
Just do right.
Be careful.
Just as Jesus did.
Let me get my projection bell going here. Oh, projection bell alert. Projection bell alert. Projection bell alert.
You are very biased, bro.
Yeah, that's your projection talking. That's your projection talking. That's your projection talking. Let me hit that projection bell. I never said you're biased. I'm criticizing you, not you. I'm criticizing the man. The man known as Mohammed. The Mohammedan. You don't like it, do you? A little sensitive there with your biases. All right, I'm gonna mute up now. Massive melons. That's my slogan. Daniel, by the way, great PTR. I'd like to purchase a new 99-cent.
Okay, so the final, I have an argument here. This says I don't need to prove one exact source book behind every verse. I only need to show that the Quran stands inside a pre-existing late antique Jewish and Christian story world. It's historically under what? It's under what?
Yeah, you are right. It is undeniable. It is undeniably Judeo-Christian. Undeniably.
So the bottom line is yes. So your early list is a very broad, but is not yet the clearest possible master list. The main missing cluster would be Adam, Satan, Moore, Covenant of Soul type material, Seven Sleepers, Angelic Apocrypha material, and the main connections are to avoid learning a post-Islamic or uncertainty dated witness when you already have much earlier, stronger ones. So, we're saying that the Seven Sleepers and the Alexander Roman major examples. The sleeper legend is already attached to the story under some is generally the second or third century CE.
Yeah, it is very, very close to Thomas about it. Or just the idea of the simplicity that now were introduced very much influenced by ancient Romans. What era did St. Thomas live in?
Medieval period. Of Messina.
Oh my god, are you serious?
Yeah, he took from Messina.
Oh, I see. Yeah, so did the Maimonides. But Maimonides and Caesar were contemporary. They were contemporary.
Maimonides is like
Is
1,000.
to establish some kind of secondary homeschooling program that nationwide that people get
Hello?
involved in.
Hello!
Parents could actually become more involved in their kids' education and make sure that they're not being taught something that they shouldn't. I know that, currently, if a child was to go to school and learn something, right? A lot of times the parents don't know what they're learning. Like, I know this with my nephews and my brother. They would come home telling me some crazy stuff, and I'm like,
Yes,
what
I
are
would,
you talking
because
about? Like, LGBTQ, what? Like, why would you talk about... My brother and my nephew's telling me how they have
it's the
a
nicest
cat
thing.
litter box. And, like when you... I'm sure you guys remember when you go to school,
Oh, it's the nicest
your
thing I
back-
can do.
you take your
Yeah,
jacket or your
so I'm
backpack
a
off, and there was like
politician.
a little area where you could put your jacket on and stuff like that. Well, they installed a cat litter box in the classroom for the kids who think they're cats. Okay, like this is what's going. And my mom didn't know nothing about it. My mom had no clue that this was going on. Her attention, she's like, "Oh, well, first she didn't believe it, right?" And then after I got my brother to talk to her about it, she's like, "Oh, well, that's weird, but whatever." And that was it. That was the end of the conversation. She just was like, "Oh, that's weird or whatever," but whatever, That's just the time we're in now. Just so accepting of it, like that's just like, just rolling over and just giving up.
Right, there's so much going on. Listen, if you're not rolled over for that, there's a lot going on in her life that she's not able to address. I'm gonna give you an opinion. I homeschooled one of my children through the 8th grade, and I have dealt with children that he was in school with, their families, and sometimes this backfires on you when you try to protect your children, and it ends up backfiring, and they become rebellious, and they think that they missed something because you tried to overprotect them. And I've seen a lot of that. My son went to high school, and he was in a good high school. Things worked out as much as they're going to. Okay, that's another story for another day. It's a very hard problem. I will give you an opinion. It's a good idea to have your children in a school district where the parents are successful, and there's some kind of that means that the parents are basically educated, whether we agree with their political views or not. One of my grandsons was in not too good schools, and then they added. He went to a good school district where the parents were successful, and he looked around and thought, "I'd like to be successful." Rafi, it looks like somebody there.
My bad, I didn't mean to piss anyone off. I was just fucking talking. Excuse the fuck out of me.
I didn't direct that, it's Snake. Good Lord.
این کار شد دیگه کالیباب شد این خانم چیز ونزوئلا و الان نوکر نسل اجرام میخواد بشه نه همینجوری که داریم میبینیم نیست.
Joe, you're the education person up there. You're being pretty quiet.
እኔ እኮ አይመለከተኝም፣ ግን ዝም ብዬ ልንገራቸው። እኔ ጊዜ ዝም ብዬ አስተያየት አልሰጥም። ግን ይሄ
ምንድን ነው ስሙ ዛፍ ከገጫችሁ 300,000 ብር የተባለ ጊዜ ነው። ከዛ አንዱ እኮ ነው 2 ዛፍ ነው ምናምን ገጭቶ ከዛ መኪና ችሏል። በቃ ሄዶ ለቤት
He's not really big in space. He's more like in the goo sort of thing. But yeah, that girl, they've been together for a minute now.
And that's not a surprise. They be hooking up with each other.
But
But
probably got everybody.
Just know, I know whoever he is. He from Chicago. All I know is he from Chicago. That's the only thing. Yeah, that's the only thing I know. And I probably know him, but I don't know. Yeah, I didn't want to pry, so I didn't ask. You know what I'm saying?
Let me see if I can find his profile. He changed his name, and so when they changed the name, I be forgetting. Like,
but I could actually call Mango because I got her number. I could just ask him, but I don't want to pry.
That one right there. Yeah. Now Mango, she had the baby about a month ago. You kind of like.
She had him last week because I called her when she had him. She had him on like Mother's Day, like the week of Mother's Day.
Yeah, she had about to. Because she was trying to push the Gemini out, and I said, do not. I spoke light. I said, no, you can have your real cool tours. I think that'll fit you. That'll be good for you.
Right, and then it's like crazy relationship that I didn't know existed.
What was wrong with the child being Gemini, Miss Torres?
So, okay.
My mom a Gemini. I think
my bad, I'm not about it. And it is Gemini season, so I should have had a little bit more respect about myself. There's absolutely nothing wrong with Gemini. I would like to, in a very amicable way. The Gemini has 2 of y'all. It's 2. It's 2 in there. And one of the twins, First Lady, we absolutely love. I'm talking about we would go to war. We would go to war behind that twin. We're gonna ride out behind that twin. That twin is funny as fuck. That twin can be a sunshine on a rainy day, on a cloudy day.
I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. By mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. Bring me true divine hearts upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe. Yea, who company the beings of the house of rest, who ship of light advancing onwards to the heights of Oh, you gotta stop lending out your kayak. People don't respect other people's property. You know that. Hello? Raffy's sleeping, Al.
I'm gonna wake his fucking ass up.
He's been on Clubhouse for 48 hours. Let him get at least 3 hours in. It's exhausting.
Wakey.
The war room. Where's BB? I haven't seen BB in a while.
I don't know. I haven't seen him. I'm here. He's eating. All right.
Oh, he's eating.
Suppose you're allowed to eat. Okay, fine.
Well, Americans do not want Sharia because they don't understand Sharia and they don't know that. Have you, Al? Have you ever read the Constitution of Muhammad, the Charter of Medina in 660? Have you ever actually read it?
I have not. I'm going to rely on your.
Oh, you should read it because once you read it, you're like, oh my god, like it's a chart.
I'm already like, oh my god.
It's well, yeah, but most people don't understand the legal underpinnings of Islam and the claims and the history of Muhammad and what he did in Medina, etc. So it's very, it's such a because it's such a vast, huge historical narrative. And when you really read it into it and then you compare it to Western law, you're like, holy shit. Like theocracy or the union of church and state, it's the opposite of our reality here in America. The opposite. It's the opposite.
That's why it is not compatible. Islam is not compatible with Western society.
Yeah. It's hard to explain that, though, to Americans who are accused of being Islamophobic. And I mean, I could show you pictures of 30-year-old men marrying 6-year-old girls, and they look like women. Did you see that recent video put out of the man marrying a little girl? They dress her up like a little lady, and he dresses up as like a woman too. It's the weirdest shit. Pakistan has some weird motherfuckers in it. The third world is the third world. But we don't want the third world in the first world. We reject it. And our founders rejected it.
I don't even think a reformation could rectify all that's wrong there.
It would help, though.
I mean, the rest of us got with the program, had ourselves a reformation. I love when they like to compare Christians and come on. Can we talk about today? Can we talk about today?
Well, I think if there was some type of an Islamic council and they were to have some type of constitutional convention, it could only help the situation because it's that bad.
Yes.
And I think Saudi Arabia should lead it.
I agree with that.
Yeah. I mean, lead it, but in conjunction with all the other Islamic states. Not just one Islamic state, They need a confederation of Islam to come in and write a new constitution and update it from 600. It's not updated. What about you, Muhammad, aka Radium Dials? You make drones, huh? What do you think about updating the Islamic Charter?
I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, why not? I don't understand why it can't happen. Our states do it. I live in Illinois. I know a lawyer here who ran in politics, and he tried to convene a constitutional convention in the state of Illinois, and there's nothing wrong with having constitutional conventions. They had it in the year 660. Muhammad pulled off a fast one. Why can't they have another one? There's nothing wrong with, creating new content, right? Hello?
You can't really innovate.
Yeah, you can.
In Islam council, a constitution. It's Islam doesn't really do it.
I'm just suggesting they try it because anything will help. Anything is better than nothing. Hello?
I mean, that's a sweet notion. It's kind, but nah. I mean, it's kind of why don't we all just get along and, do Western values? Nah.
Because I'm not suggesting Western values. I'm suggesting particularly the Charter of Medina, put out in 666 by Muhammad, which presses Jews into service and presses Jews into paying up for their war state. Have you read the Constitution of Islam? It's in dire need of critical analysis and a constitutional convention.
Well, if it's drafted by the Prophet Muhammad, then shouldn't really innovate on that, huh?
Well, I just think it's kind of funny how, like, these atheist and theist rooms where if you are an atheist and you listen to theists and you're like, bro, you're just like talking in metaphors and poetry and you're on borderline delusional with your belief system here because it's very imaginative. It's not based on fact or reality or law. Could be that I, this speaker here in this room, is the new prophet. And I have come with the final revelation direct from the messenger. You see what I'm saying? You can claim anything. And when people reject it, well, that's at their own, you know, that's their opinion. But I'm just saying, until we get some enlightened Muslims to actually discuss philosophy and God in the English language, mind you, because I think a lot of this is we have a failure to communicate linguistically. So that, we are in need of higher levels of intelligence.
I think there's a lot of intelligent Muslims who would like to speak on that, yeah. I don't think they're all like gonna say no. I think they're all down to have the conversation.
Oh, really?
I mean, I'm talking to you about it, right?
On this app?
Yeah.
And
on this app?
Yeah.
Probably, I don't know.
Well, they claim that they have the most up-to-date religion out of all the world's religions, and their religion is the true religion, and all other religions are essentially reverse engineered out of Islam. With that type of all or nothing attitude, they're very difficult to communicate with.
I mean, yeah, that's just, if you're curious about it, just like read the Quran or something. If it's something that will convince you, then great. If not,
Oh, I don't need the Quran. I got the Charter of Medina, which you've never read. You don't even know what's in the Charter of Medina.
Yeah, probably not.
Hold on. So people are saying other religions are reverse engineered from Islam?
Yeah. Muhammad's wild claims about being the messenger and the final revelation.
Well, the reason I laugh at that is, that might be something, that might be a case you could make if it was 600 BC that he lived, but it was 680, and Judaism and Christianity and Zoroastrianism and Hinduism had already existed for like 2,000 years before he even began Islam. So actually, historically, that's bullshit.
Well, that's my point, is that it's a ridiculous claim that Muhammad made. And really, I just view him as a charlatan fraudster who was very successful at it. And to this day, with over 1 billion adherents to his multi-level marketing scam, it's worked wonders. Largest religion, and kudos to them. But maybe they could update it, instead of their insane cultural practices of marrying young women. That would be one place to start for Muslims, is to update their marriage value system. Because again, we're only talking about a value system. My critique is of their values, not of anything else.
A child is not a young woman. I would critique the marrying of young girls.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Yes. Big difference between 17, 18-year-old and 5 for just born infant. Yeah.
But it's more than just that. It's the racism within Islam. It's the extremism, terrorism, the Nazism within it. There's a lot of Nazis and all the Palestinian terrorists that killed everybody on October 7th within their personal articles and in their apartments. They had lots of Nazism. So clearly, these people love to hate, and it's because they don't have any values and they don't have a vast philosophical system. They're caught up in their 660 Islamic State terrorism, and it's a weak and pathetic attempt at trying to go back in time. And thank God, you know, we have a military to destroy these terrorists.
Well, I mean, one thing I think is like Judaism and Christianity have both gone through significant reforms. Like if you look at Orthodox Judaism and Orthodox Christianity, go, but they've gone through reform. So you have people who are reform of that, and that's something that Islam has never gone through. They have never had a reform. So it's like one certain kind of Islam only counts. I mean, you have, there's a huge difference between an Orthodox Jew and a Reformed Jew. There's a huge difference between a fundamental Christian and, someone who just kind of technically goes, yeah, like Christian, but, secular is the word. They're really, I've met very few secular Muslims, and I mean, they're usually living in the West or going to school in the West. So, I mean, I would love to see kind of a reform come to Islam because I think that would be extremely useful, should be helpful. But and it's sort of in a sense, no, Orthodox Jews do not necessarily go around killing people unless you're a settler. And then there's a few who have gotten a little violent with settlements. They just also have some insane ideas about women and dress, because some similarities between, yeah. Yeah, what's up, Rafi? This is, what's up with the title, Americans Want Sharia? People have spoken. What inspired that?
Sometimes speak on economics. Do you want Sharia, Meg? Would that be cool or not?
That would probably be the one thing that would make me leave the U.S. If it was ever a federal law, I would probably go, bye-bye, leaving the country until it can sort itself out. No. Fuck no. I mean, look at my PTR. Like, I was an athlete. Do I want to be stoned because I'm showing off a lot of bare legs that are extremely, showing off my beautiful legs? No, I don't. So fuck Sharia law.
You won't be instantly stoned.
Yeah, no.
Like, you think you'll be stoned on sight? No.
Oh, for Sharia law, I would definitely be stoned on sight.
No, that's not how it works. You don't instantly die. Really.
No, okay, not on sight. I would be arrested and brought to trial. It would be a sham trial. I would have no speaking up for myself. And then I would.
Do you think the trials in America are sham trials?
trial would be sort of like just standing there with absolutely no defense and just basically a judge saying, look at this, you're showing off your legs, you are a, something or other, you're going to be stoned at dawn.
Or like when like a black guy has like crack with like no money and he goes to jail and just like, oh, you have no money and you're black, you've done crack, so let's put you in jail forever, you know? Do you think that's a fair trial?
Wait, you think black guys with a little bit of crack go to prison forever?
Well, obviously.
No. I mean, that would be.
Don't we have an issue with them getting out like 35 times out of jail, never being convicted, yet they've had like 35 charges, or they've been to prison like 20 times?
Federal guidelines.
A lot of those actually are due to overcrowding in prison, which is a separate issue. That's because we're putting people in prison who have things like marijuana charges or can't afford their bail. I mean, marijuana, it's pretty much recreation. It is medicinally legal everywhere. It's usually marijuana should not mean a jail charge.
Crack cocaine was only a thing that was for federal sentencing guidelines. Like you got like twice as much time for crack cocaine versus powder. It wasn't.
Yeah, no, and that's an insane because that's kind of an economic thing that targeted the black community.
No, it was like they did it for another reason. Black people asked for it.
Oh, they prefer cocaine over.
No.
Black leaders requested for stronger sentencing for crack cocaine. God.
So because like cocaine is something that you could find in all communities to an extent, but the violence was when it came to like powder cocaine was generally at the trafficker level, and so that was foreigners killing foreigners. Now with crack cocaine, that ended up first of all created a lot of crackheads, and crackheads like to break into homes, mug people, and then you have the crack dealers that were fucking like murdering each other left and right. It made the black community a war zone. So the black community was saying that was basically begging the government to crack down on them, and so they did, and they threw them in prison for a long fucking time.
Listen, I just got to say for the record, Rich, you got my YouTube account clipped. It wasn't Pepe. It was Rich. Let's just say you were saying a certain group of people should be terminated.
Muslims?
A certain group of people should be a certain group of people. Yeah, so that's what did it. You cannot make claims. Oh, it's not your fault. I'm just saying that, like, if I were to search my memory, about people that say things that shouldn't be said on the internet, you are one of the leading vulgar, profane speakers. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Would you suck a dick if Muhammad would never exist? And then I did say that I would suck the dick so hard that the person's toes would curl and snap, and then I would send them into a full body seizure.
This sounds like good stand-up material. I'm taking notes.
Yeah. And I did say carpet bomb all the Muslims.
Rabboni Shalom. I am a journalist. I want to let all the YouTube moderators know that I'm a journalist here, having an open, journalistic, newsworthy conversation about war, about terrorism, and about politics. Thank you, YouTube moderators.
No, he wants to assist me.
I just gotta say for the record, Rich, you got my YouTube account clipped. It wasn't that bad. It was Rich. Let's just say you were saying a certain group of people should be terminated. A certain group of to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Mountain, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rosemary's Pin, the Order of the Holy Royal Archer Clock, the Ancient Angelic Rites of Usury, the Wizard Mystery, the Right Holy Ring, the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry, the Swedish Order of Masonry, the Order of the Martinists, the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame. My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden sea, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I waited long enough here. So let it come around, let the giggle kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take, feel the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gable kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. If I'm wrong, but I have held on long to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the crime. My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, thread into the night. I mark the hidden steam, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace, but every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. Let the ghetto kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special vest houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 The Order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 The Order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by cooperation and securing their clients or customers. Elevate those! Elevate those! 71 The Order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. 70 The secrecy of the Order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 70 The crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree.
They had photography 1,500 years ago. That was amazing. It was in 8K. The aliens down there are the ones that videotaped it. They sent it to us.
See, that was
Bro,
cool.
you know, that's what I was, about the aliens. You know how fucking awesome it's gonna be? If we, hold on, Meg. If we find out they've been here for thousands of years, and they've been recording, like, everything. They've recorded since, like, the dawn of man all the way through. Like, that means that they have Muhammad in the desert getting nailed by fucking the Al-Zib men. And we can go back through the library and be like, going through, like, almost like ChatGPT or Google, if they, like, give that to us and gift us, like, all of history, it can go back and show the Muslims and show Muhammad getting rode by the 9 Al-Zib men who rode him in the desert and banged the shit out of him in front of his face. And we can show that to all the Muslims on big screen televisions in front of the mosque. Bro, oh shit, how amazing would that be to put it on a projector and set it in front of a mosque? And like the actual video taken of Muhammad just getting fucking railed by big black dudes with giant dicks.
Why do you care about this?
Because the Muslims hate it.
Let me ask you.
So what?
Because October 7th, like, the pogroms against Jews and Christians. I don't know. Treating us as enemies.
Slaughtering pigs and then eating them and saying, that's my favorite food.
Or Muhammad, it says, Aisha says that Muhammad used to go down to the river with a bunch of little boys to do wudu, his washing, and then he'd come back and he'd be covered in cum stains, and she says that she used to have to clean the cum stains off his clothes. She had cum stains after coming back from the river.
Okay, awesome title. Go for it. BB, go for it. That sounds like a good title. Let's just do it.
Why did Prophet Muhammad clean cum stains off his, or why did Aisha clean cum stains off his clothes?
I hate what this guy is saying, Rafi. I don't even want to listen to this.
Norman, it's the truth. Norman, if I show you the Sahih,
It's gross. I don't like it, man.
okay, but if I were, it's not like I'm.
Rich, it's not everybody's cup of tea, Rich. You're going to have to get on a new topic, because El Normo is a mod, and he's just going to either leave or he's going to kick you to the
Thanks for
goo.
giving me that, John.
I'm not supposed to kick it.
Well, he'll just put you in the audience, just where you belong.
Well, only if Rafi says I should.
Norman, would it be offensive?
Oh, no. Oh, no. Here we go. Oh, those are $10. Those are $14 in China.
Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren, with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or
Those
conversation,
are $14 in China.
or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. A crystal which thee alleged to have been brought to him by angels was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, He symbolized the fourth dimensional universe in 2 dimensions as a square, surrounded by 30 concentric circles. Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a
The letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles corner in each instance. The rectangular grid with Enochian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping the lines defining the hexagon in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 Their size is about that of 3-edged divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 and the approximation above. They are separately approximated below, not to scale.
I don't mind that. You know, you're welcome, and if you get obnoxious, I'll just hang up on you. No problem.
That's
So
true.
what's on your mind?
I launched AICityCorp.com. It's a charter for the development of an AI city, and I've got an Instagram going, and I'm tying it into my political campaign for mayoralship of Chicago. It's based off of who's the guy that did Blade Runner?
I don't know, but whoever that was, yeah, I'm familiar with Blade Runner. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, anyways, there's an HBO series called Raised by Wolves, and in the second season, the AI supercomputer of their colony distributes daily instructions using AI. That drafted like I don't know, maybe a 20-page PDF, and then there's a Meta app called Matu, Matu, and then I said to Matu, the AI, I said, create me a website based off of this PDF. And then if you go to AICityCorp.com, you can see the
There's any links which given to me in Messenger. Do you have access? You have access to Messenger, don't you? You know, Facebook.
Not right in front of me, unfortunately, but it's
I don't mean it right now, but I just
yeah.
Leaving stuff in the text here doesn't go very far. You know, it's hard to get it. Anyway.
Yeah, no worries. Well, anyways, it's really the Meta AI Matu, Matu, which is pretty amazing. I built an app on it also called Civic Helper, which is a voter registration app.
This life of ours, great.
Yeah. Work creates the objective work. So
is there a distinction?
Maybe not. That's kind of, maybe the Buddhist way of looking at things. That
But there can be. The thing is, there can be. You can make that distinction, but maybe that distinction isn't useful. I mean, it can be a useful distinction in some circumstances, but in others, it's just in the way.
Well,
the hard part is figuring out when to apply which principles in which situations. That can be complicated sometimes.
Well, my work background is project management for opening and closing office space and furniture, uh, furniture layout. Experience of doing a full cycle real estate project is kind of like the bedrock, or the way that I launched AI City Corp is really looking at the charter, looking at the scope, looking at the byline.
Yeah.
So it's just amazing.
So is this site up? Is this site up now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's up.
Okay, and so be sure to send me the link. Okay, I wanna go check it out.
Yeah, well, it's there's nothing it's just amazing
It's
because
a start, man. It's a start. There's a lot of work ahead of us. We gotta start somewhere.
well, what's amazing is really Meta and the Matu app, which is an acquisition that they made for God knows how many billions, but
Who made?
Meta, Mark Zuckerberg.
Oh, okay, yeah, all right.
So, I mean, to me it just makes like in Saudi Arabia they have like some kind of 2050 project or whatever, and they're building some super city or something. Use AI to run a new experiment for building an equitable and economic society and make the city the startup.
I agree with you. Cities, I think that's the ultimate. I think that's one of the things going is nation states are really sort of pointless. City states are what count.
Yeah.
Environments of like a couple million or less, more or less separate from the rest. They need to get their shit together as systems that work.
Yeah, and then, so really, I mean, if you want to be magnanimous, like a Roman emperor who won great victories and then gave to the citizens his wealth by building, infrastructure for the well-being of, the city-state. That's the basis of the work that I would, hope to achieve. The word is implying.
I don't really give a shit, actually, but go ahead. What?
It sounds to me like, am I rich? I'm a rich man or something, like I'm a rica.
Almost anybody in America is rich compared to the world. Come on.
Yeah, I know. It's the oof. You see the craziest things on the internet people are eating globally in Africa, just cooking a baboon over boiled water, tearing at it. The flies are all over your face.
The world is an amazing place right now. It's just going to get even amazinger in the next couple of years. Things are getting weird fast, man.
Well, so I guess my my concern is, and I just was looking at some data about the AI bubble. There's a world is fascinated and fixated with really software, and so he's just saying that it's like a bubble in terms of capital attention. People are hypnotized or mesmerized by it.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, there's a lot of money getting dumped in, and nobody's making any money yet.
Right.
But everybody expects to make a huge bundle of it, and we'll see. Maybe not.
But in terms,
change all of that. There's some really weird shit going on at Apple.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's been saying they're behind, and they may not have been behind at all. We'll see in the next couple of months, I think.
Yeah. I mean, how do you view the LLM AI as being like not objective, but just like a subjective product, which isn't actually going to create abundance for its users? It's really kind of just like a dopamine. Um,
Well, what's the point of that? Why even have that? Or are you going to provide dopamine for the asshole so they can sit around and do nothing and vegetate? That's what you want to provide them with?
well, in another clubhouse room, there's a young, elite, intellectual, liberal who is, criticizing the AI economy as being disingenuous or it's,
Blah, blah, blah.
yeah, blah, blah, blah.
Listen, my sense is that AI is fundamental to our future on this planet.
Mhm.
That without it, the planet's going to abort. This is a natural part of Earth's developmental process. We're building its brain. That's what AI is. It is Earth's nervous system. It's not just the AIs. It's all the information transmission out in space and around the planet and within the planet. That is Earth's brain. At least that's my story about it.
Well, anyways, there's nothing really new here. I'm just doing my same old thing. I'm patterning, and I'm using AI quite regularly to create content.
What do you use?
I mostly use Grok,
Okay.
and I pay for an Instagram subscription, and I pay for a Grok subscription, and I pay now for this Meta Matu subscription, which is $40 a month. And it's just amazing that, like, I used to use GoDaddy a lot, and I used to have thousands of domain names, but now with Matu, you can just register a domain name there and then immediately deploy the website, and that integration is amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing. I'm not even trying to keep up with it. When I'm ready to move, I'll just find someone who knows how to do it and get it done. I'm not quite ready to move yet, but it's getting close. Time is coming.
Well, I mean,
stuff is changing so quickly that I'm not quite sure. There's so many opportunities. There are more things. ChatGPT has given me more concrete actions to take than I can possibly ever do.
Right.
It's just crazy.
Yeah, I mean, part of life is the accumulation of knowledge to essentially negate things that you might otherwise entertain.
Wait a minute. To say that again?
The accumulation of knowledge and wisdom in many ways is it helps you block out and negate what is probably a waste of your time in terms of.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I understand. I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, learning. Yeah, learning how to focus. Learning. Well, I think it's not even appropriate for a lot. I think our species is actually bifurcating right now. We're splitting up into two species, and I think a lot of this just isn't applicable to a large number of people. They just don't care about any of that shit. They just want a bigger car and a wife with bigger tits and a bigger television. And some people are actually interested in thinking about things just because it's fun. And that's a small percentage right now, but it's a growing percentage, I think. And I think it's part of a new species emerging.
You know who Ramdas is, right? Ramdas?
Sure, yeah.
I really like his lectures. Just such a wonderful demeanor, very relaxing to listen to, and great wisdom and insight and great anecdotes. But
I hear a butt coming here.
No, there's no but. He was just one day talking about like the energy in a 20-year-old girl, 21-year-old girl. That you can't contain their enthusiasm, their energy, their movement, their consumption, their egoism. But there's really no philosophy. There's so very few people have really studied philosophy or the Bible.
Well, at the age of 21, I mean, come on.
I mean, from the age of 13 though, like that's 8 years. Like if you're Jewish and you get bar mitzvahed at 18, many years prior to 13 reading a book.
Nobody takes any of that shit serious. I mean, a few people do, but most people just, they go through
It's not about serious. It's
stuff.
not about serious or giving a shit. It's about the fact that they've done the work of running the scripts through their heads. They're just excellent.
Yes.
They're just expert communicators.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying
they get that everywhere they go. I mean, they get that on the TV. They get it from their parents, from their friends, from their neighbors, from their bosses, from their coworkers. They get it everywhere.
No, unless you actually run the script yourself, it's like night and day. Someone that has watched Netflix for 10 years versus someone that has read books for 10 years. It's just because when you read somebody else, you're actually...
Wait a minute. No, man, it depends on what you're reading. I can imagine someone who reads romance novels for 20 years and someone else who watches science documentaries on TV for 20 years. It's not the medium. It's not reading versus television. It's the content that counts.
Well, the content counts, but in terms of like usefulness, like if you were to study philosophy and law, it's a hell of a lot more useful than reading a romance novel. It's more, pragmatic.
If you want to do this, then you have to do that. It depends on your intentions.
Exactly, I guess.
Most people have no intentions. They read romance novels because their TV is broken. Or something like that. Most people are a bunch of fucking brain damaged language monkeys. They're not even in the game. They're not capable of being in the game in their present condition.
Yeah.
At least that's my story.
One interesting observation I've had is like, there's been times in my past, I guess, where there's times where I'm like, this person is very low IQ, extremely stupid, almost R-word, but...
And it's not stupid and it's one thing, but unconscious.
Well, what I'm saying is like that opinion is incorrect because I can disprove it very quickly by having them read to me a document, and then I can confirm that they're actually not low IQ. They've just proven that they are extremely intelligent. But yes, but also what they read. So, I guess there's like a genie living outside of us in these documents, and if you want enlightenment, you gotta run the script.
For 20 years, if you get that 5 seconds of experience, but you don't have to. That's what they have to do with no planning or anything. Almost people looking for I was 21 years old and it fucking fell out of the universe.
But wasn't it Alan Watson did it too?
Yes.
Yeah, but where do you think he got it from? He got it from the scripts that he was reading.
Oh yeah, he got it from his experience in total life of the universe. I don't know. And I don't know what he got. Actually, all I know is what I thought.
Well, it's like herpes. It transfers.
Well, yeah, it's getting more transmissible too. That's the thing I'm encouraged about. This has been around for thousands of years, but it's tiny percentage of the population.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the beginning of changes. I'm expecting an outbreak of awakening in the next 10, 20 years. I mean, really, like a critical mass of humans really awake. I mean, without that, I don't see any hope, actually. If we got the same old fucking language monkeys around here, you can solve all the other, pandemic and climate problems, and they'll still make a mess out of it.
I lived in this building, and I started a nonprofit organization called Chicago Startup Club. And in my building, which is one of the largest residential buildings, apartment buildings in Chicago, there's a tremendous amount of Indian software developers that work for major Fortune 500 corps. So every 2 weeks, I got them to meet in a meeting room to discuss their startup ideas, to participate in like hackathons and programming, creating programs or scripts or products, discussing marketing and etc. But my point is that I asked this one guy, I said, how can there be so many engineers from India? And he said, John, there's 1.3 billion of us. Just think about 1% of the population. If they're engineers, it's 130 million engineers, or 13 million. Anyways, you get my point where there's so many people. So I guess if the population grows, you would also expect the enlightenment and meditators or spiritually inclined, I suppose, to that it's growing with the mass of humans on the planet. Hopefully.
Well, but it's growing because we're hooked up. The thing is, now everybody from all over the planet is talking. Just the fact that you and I are talking. Okay, I talk to people from all over the world. That's only happened in the last year, not maybe 5 or 12 years, the way it is now.
Mm-hmm.
So those ideas, they've been very restricted until recently. All of a sudden, those ideas are flying all over the fucking place. And people laugh at it, or people think it's cool, or people think it's bullshit. But the ideas are out there now.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I say, this is an awesome time to be alive.
Yeah, I went to an event. I met a young guy with his fiance or girlfriend, and he is trying to raise money for an AI drug discovery company.
I'm sure there's plenty of money already in AI and drug development. That's got to be one of the first. AlphaFold and all that's related to that. Yeah, the drugs and all sorts of drugs are going to become available because of AI. It's going to be real interesting.
Yeah, his girlfriend is a dentist, and he's basically parasiting and living off of her as he's trying to raise money for his company, which is so difficult. And I've started many companies, and it's my opinion that if you have a startup and you can't immediately tell me what your Instagram handle is, you're not going anywhere, and you lack the communication component of successfully launching your company, which is really the most important part, because your packaging, your branding, your communication, it in many ways it's the whole thing.
Well, it's all there is. It's all there is. Yeah.
So anyways,
But see, all that's go ahead.
Anyways, I just didn't ask him any thorough questions, et cetera, because I wasn't there to like dig into his work or anything. I was just there for social purposes.
Yeah. Well, everything's going to change. So that just seems so obvious to me that all the things that most people think are important right now, over the next decade or so, a lot of that's going to fade away as being irrelevant, and new things that people never thought about before are all of a sudden going to become very important. But I have no idea what those things are. Well, I have some ideas, but again, this is all, we don't know what's actually happening here. We don't know the real condition of Earth and its relationship to us and what's going on. All we've got is a bunch of stories we've picked up, mostly primitive things from our ancestors, some good science here and there. And basically all of our stories are just outdated, need to be replaced. And I think that's what's going to happen in the next 10, 20 years.
Do you have a telescope or binoculars?
Yeah.
Do you ever look at the moon?
Yeah. I mean, I haven't for a while. I'm quite familiar with the moon, though.
Well, I think tonight should be a good viewing night. But what's interesting to me is when you look at it and you can really see the craters. The biggest one is 8 miles down. So imagine standing at the cliff on the moon and looking down 8 miles. And but what's so like kind of laughable to me is it's like they say that men and women, worry, but God laughs, and it's so yeah. So it's just like people take things so seriously. There's not enough joy. And when you look at the moon and you see the craters, like the fucking Earth could be obliterated and we could be reset and everything could die instantaneously out of the thin fucking blue sky,
Years ago, it happened here 65 million years ago.
Well, the chances of it happening again have to be high. Look, I mean, all you got to do is look at the moon.
Sometime we're clear for at least 50 years or so. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of emphasis in astronomy to detect near Earth orbiting asteroids and stuff. They've labeled like 10,000 of them now. And yeah, one of them's going to hit sometime.
Yeah, it's so I'm just bringing it up that in the grand scheme of things, like you have to just take it lightly. Alan Watts says.
You have to realize that we don't really know. I think that's the problem. People actually worry because they think they know what's happening, and they think they're in danger, or they think that But the thing is, they think they really know that shit, and really they don't know shit. That's just a fucking bunch of stories in their head, and they're going crazy around them. Some of it's related, some of it's not. And they don't even know the boundaries. It's insane. And again, it's common to humans, it seems, until we reprogram our language machines.
Alan Watts and Zen philosophy, it's always and Eckhart Tolle, they're always talking about the power of now, or how now is all there is and all there ever will be. And sometimes I'm like, well, I like to say that the now is a compression of the past and the future.
Well, you can say that too. Yeah, listen, there are many maps, and none of them are the truth. They're just ways of thinking that may or may not be useful in various circumstances. That's the best we're ever going to do. We're never going to know the truth, at least not in the domain of language. There may be some other way of knowing or grasping things like that, but you won't be able to talk about it.
Yeah. See, if you say that, or if I say that the now is the compression of the past and the future, it's like taking a big leap about the future claim. We can, I know that the past is real because I have books that are 120 years old.
But no, that's bullshit. You don't have books that are 120 years old.
I do.
No, those are the stories you've got in your head of what you experience.
No, those are stories written by men and women.
All right, so you actually believe in the idea of objective reality. That there really is a world really out there, independent of everybody's perception or anything. It just exists in and of itself.
No, I think it's like a combination.
Okay, well then, like I say, if that's... See, I don't think you can say anything about anything other than your own personal experience. Everything else is stories, period. All I've got is my immediate sensory experience through a dozen or more senses, constantly in flux, all intermingled. It's only with language that I'm able to sort that shit out and try to make some sense out of it. But that's all I've got, is stories and personal experience. That other people out there have apparently had experiences, made up stories about it, and told me, and I've heard that. But that's what we got. That's all we have. I mean, unless you can show me something else, what else have I got but my personal experience and then this bunch of stories that I can try to juggle around and make sense out of?
Well, what I like about talking to you and this app is that I always kind of get back to like some fundamental like categories, and I always like to think that the greatest invention that could ever possibly come about, it's not the teleportation device. It's really from Star Trek, the like atomizer, where you can just say, I want a Thanksgiving dinner, and then poof, like
Yeah.
we create some type of device to actually.
We may not even need a device. Listen, I've laughed at this, but I am no longer thinking it's impossible that there is real. Literally speak something into existence if you know how to speak. I mean, I'm not going to say that's impossible. I would have said that's impossible 20 years ago. Now, I don't know. Fuck, who knows? Maybe that is possible. I don't know.
Well, that's how the Dhammapada by the Buddha starts out, that the universe is mental, or the universe is linguistic.
Well, however, I've come to it from a different perspective, but yeah, that seems to. Well, in fact, you know who Elon Barinholtz is? You ever heard of him?
I heard the name. I don't know. No. I've heard you mention him, maybe.
Yeah. Well, he just came out with a statement that blew me away. He said it a few months ago now, but he said that language is more foundational than physics. And that's, again, we say is you can't have physics until you already have language. No dogs and only entities who have language. Physics is a manipulation of linguistic symbols, and that's more foundational, and that's stunning to hear that.
What was it? I was interested in the 8 distinct sensory systems, vision, auditory, olfaction, gustation, taste, tactile, touch. But there's 3 additional internal systems. One is called.
There's like a dozen altogether. There's a whole bunch. Proprioception and hunger and all sorts of shit. Like there's around a dozen or so senses.
Well, the proprioception body awareness is kind of interesting because when I'm on the treadmill, to think about how you're running, it's like, how can you, without thinking, like you can't, you're not. So the what is it? Proprioception. Proprioception. Well,
it's almost automatic by the time you get be 6 or 7 years old.
Well, what the unconscious proprioception is so fascinating because like your computer has to be operating at such a high level for the body awareness, because basically you don't want to injure yourself. So the amount of like thinking that goes into the body's awareness movement is just like it must be in the like how many terabytes?
I've done a little research on this recently.
Mm-hmm.
And what percentage of the brain's energy, is used smelling or proprioception or these other things, and it's different in different animals. In fact, dogs live in primarily an olfactory universe. That's their primary. For them, vision is third important. Astonishing. That really fucked me up for a while. I couldn't figure that out. Anyway, well, I forget where I was going, but yeah, this is interesting stuff you're into here.
Well, I science in terms of experimentation, every room you open is an experiment. Every second is an experiment. And
every time you interact with another human being, it's an experiment.
So, I think like we're all subconsciously in a way using ourselves as an experiment. And, some people may be more aware than others about how and suggest to yourself, because Pavlovian psychology, it all deals with suggestion. And even this app, you can't actually mute the app. So when somebody comes in your room, it still dings a bell.
Yeah.
And so it conditions the user to a very high degree. It forces a condition because you can't
Well,
mute
you
it.
can turn the, of course
You
can turn the
can't.
sound off.
No, not
Turn
what.
the sound-
No,
you can
Heron.
turn your
Heron, no.
speakers off.
No, not. I just said one specific thing, which is when somebody enters the room, you can't actually mute that. No matter
Yes,
how.
you can if your speakers are off. You're not going to hear anything. No
You
matter
can't,
what's
not
going
on a cell phone, you can't actually turn the entire volume off in this
What
app.
kind of phone do you have?
I've got Motorola's.
Okay, well that's why it's not a problem.
Oh, you got it. Okay.
It's real simple. Yeah, you can disconnect from that.
So, you know, I record myself extensively. Like everything I do, pretty much, I always have live stream on.
Audio, or video too, or just audio?
The video, audio, live stream on YouTube.
Okay. You just leave it on. Okay.
Yeah, and what's cool is I put a dash, like a rear view mirror dash cam up where I just position my cell phone. It's a holder, and then I just live stream my driving. And there's people out there that use recorders that have like, you know, say 100 gigabytes or something, and it's like you don't need to do that. If you live stream on your phone, there's no storage. So, but anyways, my point about all that is that reading books out loud and recording it has to be the future of education, because
A future is not the future. Really not the entire education.
Hear me out, because my uncle had a business called Future World, and he created software, proprietary software that actually pays you to use the software as an education platform. And he got the city to he's such a charlatan. I don't know how he got it, but the city, you know, and the students, he's basically created like an educational system. But anyways, my point is, if you want to do personal development, self-development, just reading a book and using either an audio recorder or a video to record the video and the audio, it amplifies your understanding and integration to a very high degree, because most people just go on to the next content. But if you can go back and listen to yourself reading your favorite books, wow. Well, look at my PTR. That's a book by Ayn Rand called Virtue of Selfishness. It discusses altruism versus egoism.
Yes.
So, in terms of like how do we educate our population at a very efficient and economic way, and there has to be, if anyways, I know you think it's all gonna break apart, but
you're a fan of Rand. She's a capitalist cheerleader if there ever was one. I think capitalism was a great thing for a couple hundred years, and it's toxic now. Well, I shouldn't say capitalism in general. Corporate capitalism needs to end, and it will, I suspect, within 10, 20 years. It's just toxic.
Why do you give it like a 10 to 20 year estimation?
Because it doesn't work anymore. Shit. Read the fucking newspaper. Look what's going on. People in America own 80% of the wealth.
Yeah, but there's a Jewish saying that if a rich man could pay poor people to die, there'd be a lot of poor people taking up the position. I'm just saying that everybody's going through the same door. So your brief experience between two eternal voids of darkness is like a video game in a way. And
that's one way to look at it. Yeah.
Yeah, it is really like a first-person shooter game where there are books out there that you can pick up that will give you all these pluses on your game.
Maybe, or they may be totally bullshit, and they may give you something up front and then kill you. I don't trust anything. I don't trust anything. I mean, I take it in and I test it.
So like in terms of like personal development, like I want to help people change their personality for their own benefit, which I know is a foolish task, but nonetheless, I feel
No,
like
it's not foolish. It's just doing it in an effective manner. You know, finding what specific kind of issue. I mean, not everybody is the same, so you got to find your audience for the kinds of issues you want to deal with. There's nothing wrong with that. If you've actually got something that really serves people, go for it. Fuck yes.
well, I don't think I can personally modify anybody, but I just have like a book recommendation list where.
Well, maybe you can help them if they want it. Again, yeah, it's totally up. You can't do anything unless they want to do it. But you can help people do something if they want to do it.
Yeah.
You can make it a lot easier for them and a lot faster for them. Save them a lot of time if they really.
It's like an opposite system, not a placeholder.
That's not what it is. That's what you're talking about. There are other ways of analyzing that don't sound anything like that. You're turning it into philosophy. It's just A and B. It's just two different states.
Oh, two variables.
Distinguishable from one another.
Well, it's not just two independent variables. It's like two opposite variables, isn't it?
No. Well, again, there are two. There are two states. You can call them opposites. You can call them any fucking thing you want. They're two distinguishable states. In case of computers, it's basically the amount of current going through the wire at the moment. If it's above a certain level, it's a 1. If it's below that level, it's a 0. That's it.
Yeah, Watts says, like life is on and death is off. Those are the two states.
Okay, maybe. All right. Did Watts say, I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, he did.
Yeah. So much fun to just listen to him talk. Yeah, he's peaceful and he's a good guy.
Yeah. There's like I would call it the Alan Watts method of communication. Let's just put it that way. There's a lot of people like him, the audiences. See, Oprah is kind of like the same thing, but in a different way. The Oprah way. Everybody exhibits their way.
Yeah.
And there's no right or wrong. It's really what you enjoy.
Yeah, it's just what's going on. That's what's happening.
The thing about Watts, though, is because of his interest in Zen Buddhism and Hinduism, Christianity, etc., he has such a rich background of information that he incorporates into his I mean, I think people just say it out of jokes.
50% of the people in the world are below average intelligence. That's 50%. So imagine where 10% of the people are.
Yeah.
You know, people
See,
believe all sorts of stupid
Watts.
shit. Fuck 'em.
Watts is a real businessman, though. Like he knew that he was like a guru.
Yeah, he survived. He did pretty well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. But he would say that I don't want followers. I'm not here to sell you anything. I talk about this because I am an entertainer, a shaman entertainer, and anyways, but what's so interesting is that he just, there are gurus out there, but the problem with the guru model is you have to work with your customers. Alan Watts's business model was no customer service. I mean, that's the way to go. Is I know people that ran their business via email, and I said, sending tens of thousands of emails to your customers. Not like there's a real big difference between a Gmail as a business platform versus like having a shopping cart, because you're still looking at your email no matter what. But in terms of like saving time of communication, the amounts of emails that he would correspond with customers, I'm like, bro, you're doing a labor of love here. You could solve all this with no customer service and a shopping cart. You're giving your life to people's Q&As.
Real fast. Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to.
It's interesting. I got tagged somehow as being a consultant, so I get all the, these ads. How to get, make $10 million a year as a consultant. How to get the high-paying clients. I get this shit all the time.
Yeah, it's always the same scam. It's really called a biz ops.
Idiots, they actually believe the shit they're selling.
I know.
It worked for them.
I know.
And they actually believe that shit. So.
Yeah, I know a guy who's very successful, and he's just, in my opinion, he's low class trash.
Yeah. A lot of people made a lot of money doing a lot of shit, and all people go rah, 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 and clap their hands and jump up and down. And, it's mostly trivial.
Well,
gets excited, they go home a couple days later, the whole thing's over, and they're back to their normal old boring selves. And the other guy's got $10 million more from the bank and feels like he's really important. Everybody's happy.
It turns out that it's much easier to make money if you can automate and programmate. Just night and day. The content creator is a spammer, but the automator through software, takes real intelligence to do code. And AI, if AI has destroyed the graphic designer, supposedly it has destroyed the software developer, but I have yet to come up with a project.
Most of the trivial software developers, good riddance. Just like most artists, all the artists that are out of work today, fucking commercial artists who go to work every day and paint the labels, on Cheerios boxes and shit. All those artists out of work. Fuck them, good riddance.
Cheerio boxes.
Why the hell would you pay people? They made a lot of money getting paid to do that shit. And, a computer can do it for a nickel. Do a better job of it too, and faster.
You actually just gave me a good idea to buy cereal boxes and use those as canvases. Imagine getting like a box of Fruity Pebbles and putting subversive messaging on paint on the top of the Fruity Pebbles box.
Why not? Listen, you're right. That could be a whole genre for somebody's little gig. They could run. You have an exhibition of
Well, I'm just looking. Like I want to start an e-commerce business, but my advice to people that want to start businesses online is, have you? I always ask them, have you ever started an eBay store? Have you ever started selling on eBay? Oh no, I've never done that. And my response to them is,
That's a good place to start.
that's a good place. Don't build a website. Don't do anything.
Of doing anything. They talk about everything they want to do and they're going to do, and it's bullshit for 95% of them. Some people actually do, but they're actually out doing it instead of talking about it.
Yeah, it's the same thing with books. I mean, I read books here on this app, and then I go into a room and people say, "Oh, I know Ayn Rand. Ayn Rand. I've read Ayn Rand. She's my favorite. She changed my life. I read it all. I read it all. I read it." And then my response is, or my observation is, I like listening to the book as opposed to people's opinions about the book personally.
Well, that's a separate. That's just not this. You can't even compare them. That's two different things. Yeah. Reading Ayn Rand or listening to it is a different thing than listening to somebody whine or talk about how much they love Ayn Rand.
Some people really love her.
Come to some arrangement to
Right.
exchange our skills or property for both of our benefit. And I think that you can do that on a larger scale, but not corporately. You can't do it for corporate investors. You have to do it because it's between you and me, and we're both responsible, for the outcome and
Yeah.
impact.
Tell that to a K Street law firm lobbyist that makes $200 million a year.
I'm sorry, what?
I said there's lobbyists in D.C. That work on behalf of the pharmaceutical and all the industries that make hundreds of millions a year.
It's sick. It's time for a new world. This present organization of humanity is just no good. It worked. It got us through a period that we needed it, and now it's time. I don't really give a shit. I don't know. None of us knows really what the fuck is going on. We just all got our own little stories about how we think it's going to be or what's going on. I know mine is way off from most people's, but I don't give a shit.
Well, the
only best story I can come up with.
Well,
if I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
No, I mean wrong about like the massive change that you think is coming.
Yeah, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
The only reason I say,
in the next couple of years, like I say, I think we'll know certainly within 5 years.
Only reason I say it, only reason I challenge it is because of the saying that there's nothing new under the sun, or everything that
bullshit. Go on.
Everything that is has already been.
That's so. They've been saying that for thousands of years. Fuck them. They're wrong. This is new. There's never been anything like this before.
But what
What's coming is new.
What if
that means ancient and eternal laws that are eternal? That's nonsense. That's puffs of air that sound like they ought to mean something and are meaningless.
Well, this is what I guess going back to the subjective reality versus the objective reality, where I think the mixture or combination is the synthesis of life. And it's essential. It's an essential ingredient.
Yeah, okay, you're welcome to your story is different than mine. So I'm not gonna, you know.
Yeah, it's my universe. Not versus your universe. It's just your universe and
Yeah,
my
you
universe.
have yours. You got your way of thinking about things, and I have my way, and that's fine. But I'm not really interested in other people's ways. That's the thing. Hold on. Oh, it's 6 o'clock already. Wow. Hold on. Let me turn this off. All right.
Communication. It's a little bit like a tennis match where the winner, the supposed winner, is able, to serve the best volley, which,
What do you mean by a winner? Is there a winner? Does that have anything at all to do with people communicating? Somebody has to be a winner?
I'm just kind of trying to use it as like a made up bullshit metaphor, like a lot of people do on this app.
Good one. I don't think it's a very good one. I think it's forcing you into a competition, and it's not necessary.
Well, I personally hate when people do what I just did, but I thought I'd try it.
Listen, I do that too. I find myself saying shit that I think is just completely full of shit sometimes. So, usually I catch myself.
Have you ever read the Egyptian Book of the Dead?
No.
Yeah, that is a remarkable book. Say, and if you're interested in enlightenment, it's just a very interesting art. It's because it's an art piece of artwork, but it's really like AI in a way, or a code of some sort. Maybe to the mystic, but the casual observer, maybe it's just art. But if you try to incorporate it and read it, it's an interesting experience. It's just something fun to play with, I guess.
Be careful how I occupy myself.
Yeah, that's the essence of meditation. I was at a park. And I said, "So what do you do now?" He goes, "I just meditate." I was like, "That's all you do? That's all you do now?" He's like, "Yeah, I stay at home and I meditate. I meditate all day."
Can't imagine that. That sounds boring the hell out of that. Maybe I should go check in somewhere.
That's kind of what I thought, but I think what he really meant was he's just like chilling, relaxing, not stressing.
Yeah, well, you should be more careful. But yeah, see, that's the thing. If people use language more appropriately, who knows what kinds of connections could be made when we talk to one another. Anyway, yeah, saying he meditates all day. Maybe he does. Maybe that's what he does. Maybe he just sits there in lotus.
No, I mean, see, that's our condition. That's what we think meditation is. But the guy was a musician, so maybe he was saying, all of life is a meditation.
Well, yeah, well, listen,
Yeah, I want to quiet my language machine and only use it for productive. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good for a lot of things, and totally useless and obnoxious in other situations.
Yeah. Sometimes it's fun to just let it run on automatic,
Well,
but
yeah.
that you can't be.
The thing is that the key is really simple. If you find yourself in a anything, if you're not happy, if you're not anything, something, stop and listen to your language and find out what fucking story is running there. And if there are few possibilities, it's bullshit. Which is the truth 98% of the time. It's just wrapped up in some bullshit story going on.
Use listening as your method, but I filed a lawsuit against my former employer, the IRS, the Treasury Department, for sexual harassment, workplace violence, and retaliation. And I talked to the judge today, and it's so interesting talking to a judge and another attorney because part of personal development is basically removing your emotional fluctuation or friction in your communication with other people.
Yeah, unless it serves you. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, hold on, I gotta change my AirPods here. Just a second. So let's see if this is automatically. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, and I can hear it. Some of these AirPods. To hook up. Anyway, go on.
The judge says to me, is this is your claim based on actual physical or mental harm, or is this claim based on your emotions? And I said, no, this is based on actual physical, mental suffering, harm, not my emotions. And it's just so funny how it's like, well, if you're a judge or a lawyer and you're sophisticated and you're successful, you meet all kinds of emotionally irrational, low IQ vagabonds, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, right, yeah.
So.
Yeah, they probably get pretty good. Well, they can be very good or very bad. They can become very sure of themselves, in a bad way. They just think they really know. On the other hand, they might become very tuned. I can't until I've engaged them for a minute or two.
Yeah, it's important to interview people thoroughly before hiring them.
Oh, fuck yes. For 3 months.
This is why I applied for this one job in Los Angeles for this company called leadbolt.com, and the CEO, Darren, made me write him essays prior to giving me a job offer.
Good for him. Yeah. All right.
His essay was on augmented. My essay that I had to write was on augmented reality and other topics. But
and how long an essay?
I don't know, probably 3 pages, 2 pages.
Yeah.
Nothing serious.
Yeah. Are you a pretty good writer?
I don't really write anymore, like college essays, but I do so much on X and yeah, I took English literature and writing in college, and I had a good professor, and he
See, I struggle with that. That's really difficult for me. AI is beginning to change all that now, but yeah.
yeah. If I read a college essay I wrote on the movie Gladiator, and I was like, holy shit! I was like, I wrote better my freshman year in college than I right now in my 40s. What? Who the hell was I? That was amazing.
Yeah, really, that's good. Good eye opener, isn't it?
But it was
Yeah,
really
I've never been happy with anything I've written. Well, listen, I'm 80 years old, and honestly, I've written 851 words that I'm pleased with. It's like 20 statements, some very short, some a little bit longer, but that's it. You know? Everything else is just
I want to show you
I think we need to be both.
a teller and a shower.
Yeah, I think talking I mean, it's just an independent, it's not talking, it's about formulating language accurately.
Yeah.
And that's important, not even for communication, but internally, as you think about stuff, it's important to clean that structure up. And that makes, if we can do that's one little step to making it easier for other people to understand.
Well, I guess my complaint is that I find it annoying that I have associates or friends because associates being, an asshole when maybe I had kind of had a purpose behind my demeanor or behavior.
Oh yeah, listen, I was an asshole for years. I didn't know that was specifically what I was, but I look back on it now and see, and I did it intentionally. I did it because I was trying to keep the morons away from me.
Mm-hmm.
And if I took a certain attitude, people who were smart could sort of pick up on it, but other people were really put off by it and would leave me alone. And it worked really well for a long time. But then I began to want to be able to communicate with people, and I realized I had these behaviors that were just designed to put everybody off. So I'm still working on changing that.
Well, I like to use the term ad hominem projection a lot. People on this app, there's like observable psychological concepts like projection, and when somebody says you are a dumb motherfucker, oh well, guess what?
Yeah.
You are the dumb motherfucker.
Yeah, I don't even want to waste my time understanding or analyzing that kind of shit. What is to be gained by even just by spending your time trying to understand it? Who cares? You're looking at it's like getting involved in a dogfight. You know?
Watt.
Fuck away from places like that.
Well, Alan Watts says that the mystic sage never, ever, ever criticizes anyone, and it's a little bit like
unless it's absolutely necessary.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if somebody doesn't get Zen, you can always slap them in the face.
Well, yeah, but I don't know. I just find it easier to not get involved. Yeah, I'd much rather just be here with my dogs. Justified on that means that I'm going to stay home. I don't need to go anywhere. I'm retired. Fuck it. But if there's some opportunity to expand consciousness in the world somewhere on either mine or anybody else's, I'm in for that.
Yeah, I mean, that's what this app, that's really what the internet and this app is, in my opinion, what makes it more fun for you, the game player. I just wish people knew more about it, because I could go to the casino right now and there are people putting all their money into a pop-up cell phone, which is mesmerizing and hypnotizing them. And they have to have a basic understanding of mathematics and law of large numbers and probabilities and statistics, and to just know that they're being entertained by that slot machine. But it's really no different than looking at your fucking cell phone for free. Why dump all your money in a slot machine? How stupid could you be? But
well, most that's how they have been trained, and that's what they do, and there's nobody there to even question it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the behavior pattern that's become established. It can be changed, but again, it's radical to. I mean, the whole approach is just so weird to most people that they can't even conceive of it. That's okay. Listen, we're at a transition point in Earth's history. A lot of people could be dead in the next couple of decades. The transition is getting weird now. It's probably going to get weirder before it gets better. And how weird, how bad it's going to get, I don't know. But it's not beyond the possibility that like 80% of humans could be dead in the next decade or two.
Well, even your observations or opinions, like, how do you rationalize your own mortality? Everybody has.
I got it. There really is a world out there that really does have laws and shit, and there's no way to violate any of that shit because that's impossible because of reality.
We are having a very generalized conversation. How do you prioritize your communication?
Well, I really am only interested in communicating for probably 2 or 3 very specific instances. There are people I know who don't give a shit about this, that are nice people, and I have simple conversations with them about the weather and whatever, but they're pleasant and short, and I have no problem with that. That's fine. And then there are people who can teach me stuff, or people I can teach stuff to, and that's way better. That's the best. If I can learn something, or if I can teach something, that's as good as it gets. And then there's a whole lot of people. Well, then there's attract. Apparently, you're done. Well, luckily, I have stuff to do. in the middle of doing it. So I'm here, and if anybody wants to talk, well, I'm going to put some music on. Oh, I have an alarm going off somewhere here. What is it for? Oh, that. Well, I'm going to come back in a little bit.
Hey, sorry about that. I had to run outside and turn the sprinkler off.
So did you not hear anything of what I said or what?
I heard the first part of what you said, but not the other two parts. You said there were 3 parts or 4 parts?
I don't know, but it would have been nice if you said something instead of just drop out. You know?
It was kind of an emergency situation.
Fuck you. That's not a, you leave me in the middle of something away and leave me yakking into the air.
No, it's not going into the air. It's going into 20 different cell phones live on YouTube.
Yeah. Well, in any case, I got to take a break for a couple minutes. I got to go take my vitamins and brush my teeth and stuff. So I'm going to be away for like 5 minutes, but I'll be back and we'll deal with it then.
It's okay. God bless. Great chatting with you. Have a great evening.
Lower ratio of civilians than the IDF has in this war.
Okay. And we're supposed to get percentages and numbers. So what is 95? What percentage is that of a million?
Not sure. Are you asking me to do math for you?
I just figured. You know the math of your own people, but not everyone else.
Okay. Sure. This is big. So I think at the end of the day, pockets. You're ultimately, what are you trying to?
The hypocrisy was my point, Amari. That was just the hypocrisy.
What's the critical?
You'll never understand, Normal. I'm not talking to you. I'm not going to argue this.
We were talking a second ago.
I realize I'm stupid for that.
Normal. Go ahead, pockets. Take about two minutes.
Yeah, no.
You don't need 2 minutes. Just explain the hypocrisy that you're trying to share with the group.
Yeah, I'm just trying to share the fact, and I think Sandra got it. I think other people got it. I wasn't talking to El Normal. I'm not trying to argue with El Normal either. I think I'm really not. I think people who understand, and I think there's nothing wrong with admitting that your government is acting a little, out of sorts when it comes to certain wars, when it comes to certain choices. If we can admit that our government is sick in the head, that our president is doing something wrong, everybody can admit that their government is doing something out of whack. There is no perfect government. No such thing as a perfect politician. No such thing as a politician acting out of goodwill at all times. We are in a greedy, gluttonous world where people want money, people want power, people want territory. And the fact that
not admit that their government is like, hey, just wanting land, power, and territory, and wanting control. There's nothing wrong. Just
Don't forget about security pockets. People want security. They want safety. They
want
law enforcement.
We withdrew from Gaza in 2005 entirely. We forgot that part.
Oh, I know it's been going on for decades.
No, I said we withdrew entirely. Every single Jew alive or dead withdrew from Gaza in 2005. And that was a little experiment for the two-state solution, because they could have made a beautiful place out of it. Instead, they did one of the great engineering feats of all time. They built those terror tunnels. They used our aid, American aid, as well as European Union and Arab aid, to build those terror tunnels, and then they attacked with the idea of destroying Israel. That was on October 7th, and they failed. Hezbollah was supposed to attack at the same time. They didn't, because they didn't trust each other. And Syria was supposed to attack, with Hezbollah was in Syria as well. Had that happened, it would have been much worse for Israel. If you remember, the Houthis in Yemen to the south also attacked at the same time. That was the plan, the genocide of Israel. But they failed. And we responded. And now we hold half the territory, and I would say the estimate from Hamas is about 70,000 dead. And we estimate, you said you got 19,500. I'm saying maybe 20 to 30,000 militants. And they're always brewing and grooming more militants. And by the way, in response to the title of the room, you can show me, I don't think a single Palestinian is being kicked out of Gaza. They're holding about 45% of the territory. And Israel is holding about the other 55% or so.
Wow.
And nobody's been kicked out.
It's a majority share. I love that.
And Egypt won't let them in, by the way. I've never seen a
Shout
war
out to
zone.
majority share.
I've never seen a war zone.
Mods.
We're hearing you.
Pull and post the article from The Guardian about it's published today, about the Palestinians and kicked out of Gaza. If you post it in the banner and post it in the room, I appreciate you guys. Thanks.
Yes, please do so.
So I have a question. I have a question.
Wait,
Normal, you talk so much. Please, let me in. Thank you. So my question was going to be, like, the people that are saying that there are Palestinians being removed from Gaza, like, where are they going? Like, I'm just
I have to disagree, Mother. El Normo doesn't talk so much. You talk so much. That's your projection. El Normo is giving you facts.
Hey, can you be useful? Like, this is the John Kitover show. That was a serious question.
Mother, this is... Oh! I got kicked.
References that my assumption was that no country was accepting them. That's where I'm coming from. Because if people are saying they're being pushed out, where are they going to? Or who's accepting them?
So I read that that Israeli forces have immediately ordered civilians to have certain areas before military to leave certain areas before military operations. Israel says these evacuations are intended to move civilians away from combat zones. Interesting enough, because I don't want to.
Oh, okay, so I understand now. So you're saying they're being moved within the Gaza territory, not being moved out of Gaza. Okay, I misunderstood.
No, they're being voluntary immigration of Palestinians. Hello? That they're being kicked out of Gaza.
Yes, where's the
No one's being kicked out?
Not one.
That's amazing. I didn't know you were...
Why do you post every day when you barely get 100 likes?
100 likes means 100 people took the time to watch. See, the good thing about not living in Cali is I can carry around shit like this, bro. Like, I ain't gotta stick to 10 shots. Just in case. The niggas come and get me. See,
Human rights groups and lawyers say voluntary migration policy amounts to ethnic cleansing. Israeli Defense Minister said he is committed to the ethnic cleansing of Gaza through large-scale migration of Palestinians as part of Israel's long-term plans for the territory. Israel Katz said the government would implement a plan for a large number of Palestinians to leave Gaza at the right time and in the right manner. In a statement on Wednesday marking the targeted killing of Hamas' most recently arrested commander. History Master mass deportation violates Donald Trump's. So you.
So we're gonna. That's always gonna go to military.
You need to go to the government. I'm trying to give you some
This is the world famous Super Dog unboxing. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. We also have a vanilla milkshake Super Dog. Pure heaven. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com.
Yeah, I looked at that
This is the
article.
world famous Super Dog unboxing.
Nobody's doing it.
Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. We
People
also have a
obviously are
vanilla
allowed to
milkshake
leave a war
Super
zone.
Dog. Pure
I've
heaven.
never heard of
Go
a
to
war zone in which civilians were not allowed to leave. The fact that Egypt didn't allow them in during the war is a historical exception.
How are they supposed to get out?
Civilians in war zones always want to leave, and they should be allowed to leave.
How are they supposed to get out?
Plan because of the power of our military. That makes me the person who won the.
Mohammed, are you? Did you want to talk about the topic, or is there something else that you came on stage to discuss? Yes. Welcome to the 420.
How are you doing?
Good. It looks like you got Egypt behind you. Are you Egyptian?
Yes, I'm Egyptian.
So, Palestinians in. Do you want to address why, possibly?
Normally, what we want is not letting the Palestinian, and we would like to join the war beside them. But we do not control everything because we don't have elections, we don't have anything. That's number one. Number two, if we let them in, they will not be able to come back to go back to Gaza. Until now, we have refugees in finish. The fact that we have this condition in Oslo agreement is that because many Palestinians were kicked out in the region, and the government of Israel didn't allow them to come back to the region even after Oslo agreement. So the same thing was going to happen in this war and forever. They would never be allowed to come back to Gaza if we allow them. If we know that Israel will allow them to come back, it would be our pleasure to have them and to provide everything for them. But we don't have a choice. Either we go for war and the US will start aiding Israel against Egypt, and by this will destroy our country. Or we do what we did. We refuse to allow them in, and we try to help them with humanitarian aid, for example. That's exactly what we did. That's my answer.
So you just made up the story that they weren't going to be allowed. Nobody said that, actually.
History said this message. We're gonna play another clip after that. You know, we'll have. I think Lisa will make sure she gets back. She wants to dive into this, but Mohammed, please land. Is there anything else you got to say before we play our next clip?
Yes, he said that
adding to the conversation. Thank you.
yes, I'm saying that he said that we don't want Palestinians in because they are part of Muslim Brotherhood. I don't know what that means, but the only thing that he has to know that all people here in Egypt, they have the same position for Israel. Even Coptic Egyptians, they don't support Israel. They hate Israel. So this is not logical what he said.
You built walls to keep them out.
Amari, I can't play the clip now.
You did not allow them into Gaza before
Norman,
the
you're
war.
literally repeating yourself.
Thank you.
Okay?
No, I appreciate that. Well, why didn't
We get,
why didn't he answer
Norman,
a
we
single
get,
point?
because it wasn't actually, he didn't ask your question. Thank you.
Damn it.
I asked him a question.
Well, I don't want you to answer him. I don't want you to ask him any further questions. We asked him to land. Do not ask him any further questions. Egyptian government has been very clear about why they're not letting in the Palestinians.
Why did they build
But
a wall?
that's a fact.
Why didn't
But
they
so
let
while
women
you're
and
talking
children in?
facts,
Why
excuse
didn't
me,
they let women and
you know
children
what? We're gonna get into a good deep dive of this a little later once Lisa comes back. So you just hold your tongue, okay? Thank you.
So next we're gonna go what's going on. We're gonna go back to the States here. We're gonna come back to America and what's going on in New Jersey in regards to the standoff between anti-ICE protesters and Border Patrol and ICE agents. Here we go.
New video showing a garbage truck driver confronting anti-ICE protesters in New Jersey. That facility has been under siege by demonstrators for several days. Correspondent Alexis McAdams shows us again tonight.
So you can't see the video, but there's a black dude.
Anti-ICE protesters in New Jersey blocking the roads, stopping working people from getting to their jobs, like this truck driver who finally had it. This is riders face off with federal agents again, demanding the Delaney Hall detention facility in Newark close down, harassing law enforcement with messages.
A global settlement may be coming in 2026.
Illinois staff.
in our woman. It will increase the faith on the face of God. You hear this, and your face increases, and you're happy because you're a good Muslim. If you are a Papa, don't be no good. But the hypocrites, those claiming to be believing in Allah and judging by anything else, they be in the bottom of the hellfire. So you better deny Allah than to act like you, to pretend that you believe in Allah. Because He will be way harder, and there'll be a double loss. But those people will say, what does Allah? They will start to criticize this 19. They can't. Like I told you, write down verse 1. Open the book. Simple. But chapter 1, write down 1. Look, how many verses? 7. Followed by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then I done 2. It's chapter 2. Look at it. How many verses? 286. Write down 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way to 286. Do it for every chapter. Chapter 3, chapter 4, chapter 5, chapter 6, chapter 7, all the way to chapter 114. Write down 114, followed by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because chapter 114 has 6 verses. Each number. You hear me? 12,693 digits. That's a multiple of 19. Do you know what that means? Now we said, no, don't do that now. Maybe they have this something. Maybe they put up the same number of verses or something. Oh, maybe somebody. But we know now, nobody can move a chapter. If chapter 1 is not chapter 1, followed by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that's it. The miracle is gone. You can. The order of chapters is locked. The number of verses locked. If you add any verse or subtract any verse to any chapter, gone. Miracle gone. It's not a miracle of 19. He said, okay, now let's lock it by the number of verses. Now, instead of writing so how many verses in 7? So write down 7. To make sure there's 7 verses in chapter 1. Write down 7 first, followed by 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7. 7, that's the number of verses of chapter 1. And then followed by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Followed by 286. The number of verses on chapter 2, followed by 1 to 286. You do it for every chapter. When it got to chapter 114, you don't write down 114, you write down 6. The number of verses in chapter 114, followed by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Also a multiple of 19. Ooh. He said, no, that's not enough. Now we're going to do this. We're going to write down the number of chapter. We can write down the number of verses in the chapter. And we're going to write down number, what else? There and added 1. First, he wrote only the number of the chapter. Second, he wrote only the number of verses. Now you put a number of chapter. You write down the number of verses in the chapter. Then you followed by the order of the chapter in the Quran. Before adding 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, etc. Also, a multiple of 19. Do you know how hard it is to multiply, to divide a number by 19?
19 is a prime number. Only 5% of the numbers are multiple of 19. From 1 to 100. It's 19, it's 38, it's 57, 76, 95. That's it. Everything in the Quran is a multiple of 19, and Allah is the one that's the number of chapter 114 divided by 19. It's 90 times 334. The number of Allah in the Quran, 2,908, 2,698. Also multiple of 90. The verse is just containing the name Allah. Forget about the rest. Wherever you find Allah, take. Forget about the number of Allah. It's 2,698. It's 19 times 142. Now just go by every verse having name Allah in it. The number of the verse. Verse 1, it's verse 7, it's verse 16, it's verse 280, plus. It's 8, it's sun is 118,123. That's a multiple of 19. The number of time numbers are in the Quran. 30 numbers are in the Quran. If you add them all up, it's a multiple of 19. If you add them, use one time or talking about those miracles. The miracle of Jesus, the miracle of Moses, the miracle of Noah. Let me give you one of Noah. We all know about the history of, what's going on with Noah. It's the same. The Bible, whatever. That's the water invading people, right? A lot of people drowned and died, right? That's how he took the boat and went to wherever he went. But Allah is narrating the story. But you see random names sometimes. You think this is random. Allah talk about Moses here,
and the people that
Jesus here.
I also told them that they were wrong, and so I just want to say that right now. So I don't think we need to big Mike. I do think that this situation is new to certain people in the room. But said, just mute up and send the pics. Thanks. Send them pics, Garrett.
I also would like to say I did lie earlier. I don't sell titty pics for cash as a certain person said. I send them for free. I work for free. Oh yeah.
Just put me in a tailspin.
I think for sale.
Taking the back job.
Yeah. I see. The thing is, I have a career. There's no broke bitch energy over here, and tying me, and I just tying me to an unfortunate situation.
Hello?
Of a person that
Hello?
to me and their
Hello?
was also just, I could really go down the line, and it's like, yeah. Like, make it make sense. No, I gave what I gave, and then I came and brought her where I felt like there would be compassionate people who wouldn't mind helping her. Because let's wake up, we spent a lot of money on this app for less. So I just thought that was fit. It was necessary. And I'm saying
Stand
When
on
I see
business.
that motherfucker again,
Stand on
I'm
my
gonna
business.
stand on it then too. That's disgusting. But I don't know if y'all listened to the tail end before the room got boomed. She admitted she didn't know. She said, "Well, I don't even be on those sides." Shut the fuck up. It's not cool, bruh. And this is for anybody in the room. This is the last thing I'll say. If y'all have any questions about any tea about me, hey, if you don't mind me asking, this came across my desk, I'll address it. I promise. I'm an open book. I've been in this app over 5 years, since December 2020.
Got some party
Open book.
supplies.
We ain't gotta do the ask. It's that simple. But that's why I didn't. It was the bringing up the narrative that was spread by somebody that used paperwork doxing my kid, where I just was like, I will never be able to come back from it. Especially somebody that I said like this. Yeah, so when that shit is gone, it's just fucking gone. Now, can I coexist? Yeah, but bitch, watch your mouth. All little patience I had is just out the fucking window. It's just not cool. And if anybody in this room or on this stage, that's how you get down, you have the right to get the fuck away from me. I don't even want you in my circle for real. Children are innocent vessels. Yeah, I'm dead ass. Children are innocent vessels. So if you gotta make up a lie, you gotta make up a narrative, and you're gonna use court custody paperwork for that shit, you just let me know and I'll move around. Because I don't want to be around your nasty ass.
I'm just saying, some people said they would like to put you in the contestant back channel review.
I think your mama might be right there with me, so I'm
Y'all like making it. I just had a question about logistics.
You are the beauty.
How do you get the pictures though? You got to request them. What's going on? What's happening?
I think it's a
lot. I'm just asking for. Oh my gosh. What you say? Your mama. I said, I'm just asking. I'm just asking to clarify for the room. There's confusion about where you actually get the pics. Do you request them? Is there a link? I'm just asking for clarification.
I submit my lottery numbers too.
Is there a QR code? Is there a QR code?
Now where's the game?
Is there a QR code? What's going on?
What's that called? The capture, yeah.
We gotta do it. Are you a human then?
A robot?
Let's do it all.
Y'all mute Good Night Moon. You want a picture too?
Oh, no, I can't say that out loud.
Oh, okay. I got you. You might get hurt. Yeah. We don't want them neck. No, you say it out loud. We don't want them neck. We don't want them neck knocked off.
I got some nice titties in the house. I got some.
All right.
Y'all see that?
All right.
Y'all see that?
I'm gonna be honest with you though, man.
Excuse me?
Hold on, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not a big fan of big titties though. They gotta be big. Oh,
What's big? What's big? Triple things. We talk about Rambo.
I'm trying to say, y'all gonna summon Rambo in here.
Hey, Penny, I would like a special portal for myself.
Oh my
Finger wagging hurricane.
Hold on, please. I was recognized as straight yesterday, okay?
Oh my God.
So you're leaning into it today?
Regina.
I was recognized as being more of a man, man.
See,
MJ, okay.
this is what happened.
MJ was called.
I know. When I need a man now, he want a woman. The world is upside down right now. Y'all got to pray.
I was also straight and fat. Okay, that's what I was called. I was so straight that I was fat. He was called fat. Yes, I was called straight and fat. So yes,
let me go on mute.
No, they said my voice. They said my voice had a lot of bass in it. I spoke with authority. They said MJ spoke like a bitch.
Oh, was that Ku Klux speaker?
No, it was this biracial lady named Mango. The great Mango.
Oh no, I was just talking about Mango earlier. That's the only woman on this app. I'll leave the room every time. I'm so scared.
Yeah, people were like, "Oh, this is Hurricane is not great." She was like, "Yes, he is."
So you know what's funny? Hurricane was more offended being called straight than he was fat. He was. Or maybe he thought it was more ridiculous. He had the bigger reaction to that one.
Oh,
yeah. He was like, what?
And that's
I put a question in the chat. I'm ranking the fat and straight. I think he was talking about Renata Tebaldi. Imagine a man talking about Renata Tebaldi and they being 30 and straight. Yes. Well, that kind of goes for you too. I'm not 30. Well, no, they say. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Hey, Dan, is that Mango in her PTR? Is that her real picture?
Yes, she's very attractive.
Yeah, she is.
That's why she's so scary, because she's so mean. Yikes. I don't know her.
Yeah, she's not crazy.
You don't want to know her. She's stud-phobic.
She overcompensates for being
She overcompensates. DLC, I'm kind of really not a stud. I mean, it doesn't matter what you look like. If she's here. I can't ask no questions.
She just had a baby. I just hope the baby's never the same.
Okay, and I would say this in her room. I told her to stop getting on the app because we're on different spaces, and I know some of y'all freaking those spaces, but we're in spaces where people will say the worst things about kids and being pregnant. And I told her, I said, what the fuck are you doing? I'm telling y'all right now, if I ain't trying, I'm saying, but if I get pregnant, I'm off this bitch. And if I do, I wouldn't, if I'm still using, I wouldn't tell y'all because people would instantly try to cut my child. It's just, I told her several times, as a metaverse friend, what are you doing? Get the fuck off this app. Don't even receive that energy, much less respond to it. Your pregnancy is the most and the boy gonna come outside. I'm telling you right now. She's gonna try to figure out why. She wanna be on the app with him while he was pregnant.
Great, are you there? Come back. You too, brother.
question there, Sonia? I'm also want you to know that regardless of the fact that I made it home safe and sound, I will not be punishing him tonight.
Everybody's prepared. No, fuck it. I'm down. It's like, no. Rules of engagement. So let me explain. When two people are what you call everybody does. Move the fuck out the way because you catch a stray. So I politely tucked Spiritus back in the audience. This motherfucker kept coming back up playing Marvin Gaye, Let's Get It On. What are you doing right now? He was high, girl. He don't know.
It's not, no.
I kept having to pick his ass up and sit him down. Look, I said, you know what? This is getting ridiculous. But yeah, when just so you know, FYI, it's just like nobody don't say shit. Now unless there is, everybody has different naming parameters. There are some people where they say, look, you can bang, but the moment I hear you talk about a kid, you are dropped. No, not here. I love that. The moment I hear you talk about the deceased, you are dropped. They vary by the state. Made yourself a lot of enemies, Mr. Some people, it's like, hey, yo, there are no rules. Fuck it. I personally, I don't play by. I don't pick up kids. I don't pick up the dead. That's me personally. I don't. You ain't gonna have your goddamn great auntie haunting me, and I'm trying to figure out why the fuck I can't get no sleep. No. Let me ask you a question. You know, I wasn't there, so I don't know. YouTube do not see this. So, did the person that you were banging with that brought up all these awful things, did they know the rules? I just want to hear from them. Oh, so when you're banging, there's no rule. That's her set of rules. Does that make sense? Okay. So she was that's how she do. Okay. Yeah, and then I know the replay is on, but there is a moment where I said something like, you know. Because it was also their decision as well. They also made a mention that she very much mentioned my daughter first. We talked about how I touching my daughter and all this. Don't even mention what does my motherhood have to do with what I'm addressing? So that was just it. But we just going forward. It's cool. Now why did that give me an influence? I don't know. Wait, I have a question for Spiritus.
Present.
You were in 420 again? I thought you what's going on?
I couldn't help. I've been working too hard and too late.
Every time I say I'm going over there, it's like I can't do it anymore. And then I go to bed and you're over there?
But it's like my co-working. Yeah, because I've been working so late.
How was the went to sleep? Y'all know every time I mention going over there, what does he say? I'm not going over there, but we closed early, and then I went to sleep early. So me too. I always miss it, but God bless. Close early, cause that.
Yeah, I'm never going over there again.
You say that every time. The room was open at like 9.
And then look what happens. Then somebody has the clip, so I can't go over there again. Yeah. But it's nice to be memorialized.
Yeah. Not only are you going over there, but you're still cooking the skinless, boneless.
I don't cook anymore because of you.
Chicken thighs.
I threw out my air fryer because
no oil, little to no salt, just a few bland spices.
Okay, well, at least I'm not on my
Well, at least I'm on my second bottle of Kim Crawford Sauvignon Blanc.
I don't know what that is.
You drink Kim before, Brother Messi?
Oh, God, he don't drink, child. Why y'all asking me some of these questions?
What that is.
Thought one of the tenets of Christianity was you have to drink a glass of wine.
Well, no. Although,
that's what they said in the other room.
I just saw a study that says that frequent eating of ice cream is actually linked to a lower rate of type 2 diabetes.
The devil is a liar.
Well, Brother Messi, you will be
actually dairy-based.
I'm going to be the first to report. I have eaten ice cream for breakfast for the past years.
Well, there you go. Ice cream. And you ain't got diabetes.
No.
I mean, for breakfast is best. If you're going to eat it, breakfast is best.
Yeah, so I can, go through the whole day.
Okay, so your mama, what's your portion size?
Oh, 1 scoop. See? I just need a taste. It's like a hit.
It's a subtle judgment.
It is like a hit.
It's her hangover. She need more sugar from the booze the night before.
Oh. So comical.
People think it's AI, so I gotta keep it up.
No, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm watching it.
Oh, this is real?
Yeah, it's in the store right now. $15 a month.
And then they're showing a McDonald's commercial. This looks like those McDonald's cafe drinks that they're selling now. This just looks bad. All sorts of bad. But like I said, I don't trust y'all. The last time I remember having a drink, y'all told me Hypnotic was good. I tried it and it was absolutely.
I wasn't bored. Wait, but you didn't have it. You have the Incredible Hulk. You just had the Hypnotic.
Huh?
Hypnotic was good in 2003.
Yeah, you gotta have.
Spiritual to the point. They need to add to this line and add the Incredible Hulk as the fourth option of them.
Y'all said it was good. This was light blue. It was absolutely.
That's the only reason I'm here. I heard it was some titties.
Jimmy, you gotta you gotta put a little bit of club happening. Wait, what's this gonna be? You could do it like this. What you could do is you could open a room that's private. You could ping all the people, have a picture up in your profile picture, and then leave.
I need a JPEG.
Oh my God! Not you trying to enlarge.
I need the right pixelation.
Well, put your reading glasses on. You'll be fine.
They right here. They right. Yeah, but it did think I might get the thing to go around your neck. The librarian lanyard.
Oh my God!
Yeah, they have on some of them old accounting hats, the green ones. Oh, those that glare out my eyes.
With the brim.
You're getting glasses for it? Oh my God. With a light green one.
Oh, now, did you get tint on your, really not the wrist glasses, but I got it on the transition.
Hey!
Wait, not too much.
Hey, let me tell you, I was out with the transitions today, and somebody said, "Oh, the way you just wear glasses." Yeah.
Wait, so people aren't doing the trans?
No, transitions are for the old. That's what he was trying to say.
Well, oh wait, not the not the sunglasses to those transitions.
Wait,
I mean the reading.
The old people.
Yeah, the transitions from sun.
Should we plan on Sunday?
Brother, this is safe space. Shield you, brother. Let me shield you. This is not a safe space. Yeah, every time he says this, I am confused. I have never heard this in all of my eyeglass life.
Wait, one for each?
I have never heard of this.
Well, see, so here's the thing. My glasses, I have 20/15 vision, but
It's not getting better. But go ahead, keep going. Go ahead. Start telling y'all about his green blood. Go ahead. So you need one pair of glasses for drive and one for reading.
Hold on, let's be clear. I don't need any glasses, but I'd like to keep my eyesight. And so sometimes, depending on the workload or late at night, I use long distance glasses. So my eyes aren't straining. That sounds good idea.
Wait, what are you straining from?
You know, like on the computer. You know, reading, writing.
So, like, I didn't know you read or write.
I don't.
Did you just get blue?
Okay.
Just blue tick glasses? Yeah, that's why I don't say why he just can't get a screen over his laptop or his computer screen.
No, so
anyway, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
So you went to the optometrist and they looked in your eyes. They got real close to your eyes and they looked and they said, "Can you tell me what's on that wall?" And then they say, "You need 2 pairs of glasses."
No, I said I don't want glasses that have both of them. So I'll take 2. They don't always use them.
Oh, so you was gonna have bifocals and that's what you didn't want.
Yeah, I don't want bifocals.
Oh, well, you know you can get bifocals without seeing the line now.
Yeah, but still, I'm not. I've never worn glasses until now. We're all getting old, but what I'd like to do is keep.
What's just a simple question, sister? Don't laugh at him. We all getting old, like you said. Some of us sooner than later. But hey, it's okay. We support you.
Wait, do you wear glasses?
No. That's why I'm asking, what's it like? How do you feel? How old are you? You like enough?
Have you never worn glasses? You wear sunglasses?
Oh my God, we asked you 1 question, you asked me 5 questions.
But stop saying we. You're asking for yourself, girl. I mean, you're asking questions about wearing glasses. I'm trying to ask.
No,
are you not
brother.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
No, it's right. We respect each other. We respect our
well, you didn't respect me, so that's why I just was like, you just said you had a heavy time.
Oh my, heavy time. Always gave my calling woman a bitch.
Yeah.
I'm not calling you nothing. I just say you blind. That's it.
No, you didn't call me blind.
Brother Messi, I told you this wasn't a safe space.
Yeah, I know. Let's just move on. Thank you, Gia, for your submission. Let's not. Can you correct him for calling me the B-boy and stuff? Because that's no. You call him gay.
I'll call you a bitch again.
And it's not wrong with being gay. You ain't never got your pussy licked before? What's going on? He doesn't have a pussy. Why are you asking him that question? I'm asking you, Gia. That was for you. You never
me, bitch. Fat fuck. Hey, get your black man correct. That was me breathing hard on the mic. I just walked up the stairs.
I swear to God, these Somali trolls are the worst. She doesn't realize that she's talking to three
Just
people.
because you don't hate on other people.
Somali has combined all three of them into
The
one
problem
person.
is like there's no real man in this world. There's blah 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 blah. If you have this song and it is blind,
Come on.
Jesus Christ.
We don't speak in tongues unless we have an interpretation.
or senior
Monica, get out the car. We do interpretation.
These motherfuckers, they sit with you and they talk, but they hate women. This, that.
I like simple code.
You have a very small dick.
I like you. I do. I really do.
You do?
Bitches like you, I hate them.
We will help you to send it to
Homophobic,
Turkey.
ugly bitches like you, I hate.
Only every day when I walk on the street, they tell me I'm beautiful. Fuck you.
It doesn't matter, bitch. I'm not into women. I don't care.
I will take you. I know, I can feel it. I hate women because
Exactly.
you're a woman.
You're mad that this man is
And
not
you're fat
interested
too.
in you.
I look blind.
You said every day when she walked down the
Anyway,
street.
moving on. Britt, are you guys? You're a prostitute. Britt, trying to get a discount. This is the same, Britt.
I am here. What's going on?
Britt, and for the messy breaking news, today we learned that Victoria, aka E, is from.
Oh.
I love here to hear that horrific news.
Let me tell y'all something.
Wait, what do you mean from Texas? I need more from Cali out there.
I heard her say, as a former Texas voter, and I sighed very deeply.
Well, earlier today, before First Lady crashed on her, but she was saying that she was the only person with expertise to talk about the Paxton Cornyn race. And I asked her what her expertise came from, and she said, I spent my formative years.
Oh.
And then backtrack when I
brought her out on spinning her. Oh, cool. Did you not hear me talking? Nigga, you need to be a hello?
I know.
This,
She doesn't know who she's talking about.
She was about to make me pull out the Johnson. Y'all know I've been having that thing packed up for weeks now.
Oh.
It's only been 2 weeks. It's only been 2. Get to a month and then we'll celebrate. Get to a month and then we'll celebrate.
It ain't out. It's not out. It's packed up.
Okay, I know. You did that. But wait a minute, brother. Let me address Dr. Library. I know. I just need you. It wasn't a crash.
Okay.
I didn't hear any profanity.
Oh, wait. All right. I have 2 questions. Second question, you're not going to like it, but just stay with me. First question, did you raise your voice?
Perhaps.
Okay. Did the U come out stronger than normal?
I don't know. Perhaps.
Okay. Then it might have been fast.
It wasn't a full crash. He was approaching it, but
no, she is correct. It was Dr. Library. Dr. Library heard me. She said, I'm just getting back at you because what you did, you played and the girl had her say.
You're in the Matrix first, one lady.
Yeah, you did.
Is this me?
I thought it was me. No, see, I wasn't trying to set you up per se. I was gonna fully handle it. I didn't think you were gonna attack this we heard from one of the parties tonight about what happened last night. Are we going to hear from the other party?
Now this is good. This is good.
Because
Probably not. I think the other party has rushed their case and just want peace.
Because can I tell you what I heard? I wish Penny was still here. Because let me tell you what I heard. Because see, I go to bed early. It's about almost my bedtime now. I heard that the other party from this wasn't from the other party, but I heard from people that were in the group that the other party was jumped and she was just fighting back. That's what I heard. I don't know that.
You know what? At least you can be honest. At least you're being honest about it. We have a basis of honesty here, so you could be as obviously as ghoulish as you can be. I actually.
Oh my God.
I speak a little bit. I told you.
I told you. Good night. Anyhow, Daniel, they're Warby Parker casters. That's what they are. I don't think Warby Parker sells them anymore, but sometimes you can find them on retailer, like reseller sites.
You know, and that's when the Christians were even involved. Then of course it's changed now. Now Christians don't have a seat, but it's I get what you're saying. Like I'm not trying to say I don't take their side, but it's like at the end of the day, I don't know what do you want to ask?
What I need to
They can get the fuck out or die.
Listen, princess. Like, listen, this is the most humane thing to promote.
But where are they gonna go? Nobody will take them.
Somebody else can worry about that. It's kind of like if you have a rabid
Okay,
dog.
I'm having a serious conversation.
Yeah, it's kind of like if you have a rabid
All
dog.
right, it's not funny.
You can
We're
either
having a
kill
serious
them,
conversation. Yeah, I know. Okay.
So where are they gonna go? You can either kill the dog, bring it to the humane society.
Yeah,
and the humane society can deal with it.
Yep, amazing. No. When it comes now, I'm asking because I'm having a serious conversation. Realistically, where do you think who can take them? Who can absorb all of these people? And of course, you can split them up. But the Arab countries won't want them. And if we're being honest, I think no matter how well they might be getting along, the Arab countries, they still at the end of the day likely see
கிறிஸ்டியானிட்டி வந்து யூரோப்ல வந்து அப்புறம் ஏகன்ஸ்லாம் இறந்து போயிட்டாங்க. இல்லைங்க, நீங்க நான் அதை பத்தியே வரல. அது வேற டாபிக். நம்ம அதுக்கப்புறம் பேசலாம். ஓபன் ஃபார் இட். நான் இங்க இருந்து வரேன்னா யூரோப்புக்குள்ள கிறிஸ்டியானிட்டி போச்சுங்க. பேகன்ஸ்லாம் அடிச்சு தூக்கிட்டாங்க. பேகன்ஸ் வந்து இன்னைக்கு திருப்பி ஒரு 500 பேர் கூட சேர்ந்தாங்கன்னா பேகன்ஸ் வந்து வைப் பண்ண முடியாது. கிறிஸ்டியானிட்டி போனாலும் தான் யூரோப் வருஷத்துக்கு 4 வாட்டி போறேன். எனக்கு அங்க வந்து வெரி சோஷியலி இன்டெகிரேட்டட் வச்சுக்கோங்களேன். அப்படி இருக்கும்போது அவன் யாருமே சர்ச்சு போறது கிடையாது. சில பேர் தான் போவாங்க. ஆனா இந்த சர்ச் வந்து இப்போ ஜெர்மனியில மட்டும் நான் சொல்றேன், கடந்த வருஷத்துல 40,000 சர்ச்சை சேலுக்கு போட்டிருக்கோம். ஜெர்மனியில மட்டும் சொல்றேன்.
நிறைய போயிட்டு இருக்கு.
அவ்வளவுதான் இல்லையா? ஆனா பேகன்ஸ் முடிஞ்சதுல கரெக்ட். ஆனா பேகன்ஸ் முடிஞ்சதுல இப்போ நீங்க வந்து என்ன கிறிஸ்டியானிட்டி வந்து இறந்து போயிடும்னு சொன்னீங்கன்னா
Yes, it will. Probably like
which one's the bigger issue? Keep them or get rid of them?
But that's it. Here's where I'm just gonna be flat out honest. I think it's almost unethical for the safety of their own citizens for anybody to allow these people to immigrate into their country. I would personally, if I was president of the United States or Canada or the UK, and they said, "Oh, will you guys please take 20,000 of these Palestinians?" and say,
absolutely.
I got a backup plan.
If you don't want to marry me, what if you don't want to marry me?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Are you?
That's the thought.
How would I not want to
No,
marry
no.
you?
Yeah, like if you reject us,
Are you fucking serious?
I think if you'd want to marry me, I'd make it clear by now.
This is stage on Clubhouse right now, ladies.
You guys are so like.
I literally sang
Artist, what were you even upset about that? Artist,
Yeah, you're very unjust to people. You fuckers are bullies. You
No, I
fuckers are
love him.
No, you don't love him. Am I?
Nozoto, do you remember what I said? She thought that we were the ones interrupting him.
Yeah.
She's calling us bullies now.
I don't know why. It's stupid nuggets.
Yeah, Narja's try to
I love you, Nargis.
He was trying to
try to eat some watermelon pills.
Artist, we gave him so much credit. Zato sent me a message and was like, holy shit. So I said, Zato, come on.
You could have stopped him, right?
I was gonna read a poem.
John, please chill for a second. Hold on. No, Nargis. Zato sent me a
I
message.
didn't say it, but just untrust. I can't
Hey, I'm sorry.
Injustice.
I'm sorry. I didn't know that was unjust.
We were just saying.
That's the pot calling the kettle black.
Yeah, don't say cry when others start to like bully you.
Singing
In real life.
Projection alert.
I'm not bullied.
He's just talking shit.
Projection alert.
I'm not talking shit. I saw you.
You are. I was bullying him.
Zato sent me a message. Alright, this is what Zato said.
You should have to shut his mouth, right? What was he doing?
No, we wanted him to have his moment of preaching. Because obviously he doesn't have a
Kept
congregation.
talking over me,
He
Nargis.
wanted to talk. He's talking over fucking Zato. And I said to Zato, alright, let's just give him like his moment. He's enjoying himself.
Yeah, he was having a good time.
You gave him 45 minutes.
Dude. And now
How long was he talking?
45 minutes.
Nargis, you're being so... Nargis, you're being... Dude.
And I wasn't around.
I told you she wasn't around.
Yeah,
I told you.
Yeah, I didn't hear it.
I told you.
John.
I wish John was in the room when it was talking about 19, because then John could talk about his 19-year-old girlfriend.
I don't have a 19-year-old girlfriend, and everybody here sounds like they're on Adderall. Is it just me,
How
or?
the fuck did you guys allow him to speak for 45 minutes?
Because oh my god,
Nargis, like you're getting like...
I'm sorry. I thought it.
You're gonna complain about this 19, now why don't you complain?
Okay, sorry. I didn't know what I was thinking. I'm sorry. I thought he was speaking for 45 minutes.
Yes.
I said I'm sorry. He was speaking for 45 minutes.
Okay, keep over talking me, that's fine.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, before I retire into my hot bubble bath, I would like to read you a poem from the Tao Te Ching.
Why do we allow people to just overtalk? Daniel, go ahead. No.
Please.
Zabu, you could do a cartoon voice, Zabu.
I promise if the joke is the funniest thing I've ever heard, I'll send you a photo of my breasts.
Oh, can I also send a photo of my breast?
It has to be the funniest thing I've ever heard.
Oh my god, you set the bar way too high, but I'll try with that. So anyway, no, I'm not telling you.
Who has the biggest melons here on stage right now?
I can't do this. I can't. Not tonight.
Please.
Oh, Zabu, you're gonna kill it.
Please.
So, who the fuck?
Narjas, can you talk like that, Narjas? Can you talk like Zabu? Well, he's gallivanting all over Europe with his partner.
Bro, you can guess. So the whole theme is 19, right? So you can kind of guess Sandra.
My God.
Oh
my God, stop it.
He's gallivanting. He's gallivanting all over Europe.
I love developing. I love taking this 18-year-old girl into my bosom and guiding her along, letting her wings spread and she can fly. It's so creepy.
Who said that?
Right.
No,
Alice probably does the same thing.
Listen, I took that girl out.
60-year-old chick.
I took that girl out for a very nice dinner, and then we got to the restaurant, and she says, "You know what? Just take me home." I was like, "Really? Okay." I took her home. She's like,
Did she say
"Okay."
it like, please, can you take me home? Please?
No, she was sucking on a vape pen, and she was a catfish at 19. She looked like she was 36. I was like, "Oh, no problem."
Were you gonna buy her a steak though?
I was. I mean, she didn't really look like she was 36, but she was.
Go Dutch with it?
What do you mean Dutch? I was gonna pay. I was gonna pay for. If I take a girl out for dinner, I'm gonna pay.
Fuck yeah, man. Look at you.
You think I want to deal with even talking to somebody about who's gonna pay for the bill? I mean, give me a break.
I think Nargis and John should go on it.
Okay, Ultimate's back. Ultimate, do you want to sing us a song? No.
Narjas, I thought we were friends. I thought you would go out on a nice romantic date with me,
We
Narjas.
really want to hear you sing a song, dude. Please. We were hoping you would do that. Nargis has been dying.
I didn't know you were speaking for 45 minutes, bro.
Yeah, we can all listen to you. Ultimate, what do you got for us? Come on, brother. Direct to Nargis.
So in the Philippines, there were these militants that would like wrap themselves in wet bamboo with machetes and charge at the troops who had guns. And
Well, it appears he's just in listening mode. So I have a couple options for the next 60 seconds. I can do tarot cards. I can read from Jewish mystical Kabbalah cards. I can read from Meditations of Marcus Aurelius. I can read Grandmother's Jewish Wisdom, Tao Te Ching, 25 Zen Essays, or Ayn Rand. Which one is it going to be? I know you want to hear me read for
I licked my toes today.
You what?
I licked my toes.
Oh, I thought you said you licked your pills.
I licked my toes.
Damn, you can suck on your toes?
Yeah.
Whew, spicy.
Is it possible for Daniel to sing cocaine first?
That's the weirdest woman I ever met in my life.
Actually, I like it when Daniel sings about the beef in the streets. That's my favorite Daniel rap. Go for it, Daniel.
Every time she speaks, there's something new. Go ahead, example. And you never heard what she said in French. That was bad. She said something. None of you understood.
What did I say?
I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it.
What's the difference? You're thinking about it. What's the difference between you thinking about it and saying it? You might as well just say it. You're thinking.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't. I was. Bandito or bandita.
Not to confuse it with harem. Imagine having a harem of 19-year-olds.
That would be hot.
19 of them.
What's beef? Beef is when you need 2 gats to go to sleep. Beef is when your moms ain't safe up in the streets. Beef is when I see you, guaranteed to be in ICU. Guaranteed to be in ICU. What's beef? Beef is when you make your enemies start your Jeep. Beef is when you roll no less than 30 deep. Beef is when I see you. Beef is when I see you. Guaranteed to be in ICU.
Check it! Yeah!
He's the one that says, when I say, when I speak, you feel weak. When you hear my thoughts, you understand what my part or just one from me. When I say YG, would you consider bigotry? When I say no to religion, is that because it's an extension of my misconception about what you think of me? Do you see me as a threat of your safety? Are you Israeli? Ali. No, J. That's not do for now. Are you a Israeli?
Are you one of Satan's chosen people?
Yeah, chosen.
Are you from Little Satan or from Big Satan?
I'm little. I'm actually from both. Oh, be careful.
Are you the hot Ellie from the
Hey, Harry Raffi. Sorry for joining so late.
I wasn't hot. I got hot. Season 5.
Jay doesn't get the reference when it came to Satan. When we were trying to come up, see, Jay is just like, but you weren't here when we were trying to come up like triggering room names. And Ralphie said, "Why are Jews the chosen?" or something like that. I was like, "Why? Well, or like, which are you trying to trigger Jews or trigger the goys?" And or the goyim, I guess as you would say. And I said, well, or you could, if you're trying to trigger Jews, you just be like, why did Satan choose the Jews or whatever? That's where it comes from.
Hey, Raffi.
Yo.
Hey, I took that picture today. That I just put in my PTR. That's why I'm literally heading back home right now. But yeah, had a really good day. Let's just put it that way.
Oh, how good were they?
Take a look at the PTR. Wait, it was a real. Being a death bitch.
He's in the National Guard.
Reserves.
Excuse me. I know. I'm never in the military. I'm sorry. I fuck all of that shit.
Did you mean helicopter?
Chillin'.
Helicopter.
Where does that joke come from? Where does that joke come from? Like, why? Like, Jews, like a couple of years ago, were all using the helicopters.
Do you want to explain an helicopter?
Helicopter. No, you have to be there. You have to.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No. So you don't.
It's when the fucking helicopter went down with fucking
Iranian president or whatever he was.
Oh yeah, I vaguely remember that.
Apparently, those Israelis blades.
They said helicopter.
Well, the joke for the Israelis are, you know, Motorola, Pepe.
Yeah.
Remember when the pager incident happened? There's an Israeli name called Monty. You know Monty? You ever heard of an Israeli name Monty? It's an Israeli name Monty. Motorola did it.
Listen, when that shit happened, Raffi, so many people were trashing people who use pagers. Bro, I used pagers for like 15 fucking years, dude. Like, it was pretty good. Pagers were pretty fucking, gangster as fuck. I mean, you get.
Yeah, but I think they were using it to, like, I'm guessing that, Hezbollah was at least smart enough. The reason they use pagers is that in order to tell you to go onto a secure line or to go onto an encrypted radio. But then, like, it is rather genius that.
Old people use fucking pagers. Like, bro, pagers are not that fucking old. I'm just saying.
No, they were the cool kids gadget in the 90s for a little bit.
I mean, you could bank on pussy if you had a pager on your hip. I'm just telling you that. What's going on, Yakov?
I think many of them also brought them up to their eyes and they were blinded.
That's just more fun. Holy shit. Wasn't there something else that they...
reading them and they blew up in their faces?
That's true.
They had them in their hands.
Wasn't there something else? Wasn't there like walkie-talkies or something else?
Yeah, it was an ICOM V81 V80. I have one. It's a ham radio, VHF radio. It looks like you would call it a walkie-talkie. It had a bigger, it was much bigger case, so it could have ounces of...
What's so diabolical about it is most people who have pagers, or at least the bad guys that had them, and think about where it's at. It's right at the hip. And dude, the survivability of those individuals that took a fucking blast to the hip, or at least the pelvis, you know, I mean, your chances go next to nothing.
Well, I forget where it is near your...
Yeah, so from the liver to the knees.
If you have when you have like a heart attack or anywhere else, there's right near your pelvic area, there's a place where an ideal place they check for your pulse. I have zero medical training, but I'm guessing you bleed out quickly.
I mean, even like, let me see. I gotta word this correctly. Precision mass, but also encouraged to the pelvis as well, because the 5.56 NATO rounds, when they hit flesh, they kind of pierce through, and a lot of time by the time it's tumbling, it's already partially out of the torso or out of the flesh. So it was encouraged for a more humane kill to also hit the pelvis as well, because it's going to completely immobilize the combatant, like you can to where you can effectively place your second or third round.
What dumpster? Do you know who a Garen Thumb is?
A Garen Thumb, yeah.
Yeah. So he as you know, he was taught in the Air Force Special Forces, the SEER.
He's a PJ, bro. He's a fucking PJ.
Yeah. Which, for those of you who don't know, they're called, like, what is it? They have to go through the Superman program. Like, in other words, all the special forces, they have to go through the most schools.
His pararescue group. Like, they're literally, their memo is so others may live.
Yeah. So what? Do you know what SEER stands for? What is it? Survive, escape.
Survive, escape, evade. No, survive, evade. Oh fuck, I can't think of it.
Yeah, I don't remember the acronym either. But like every Air Force pilot has to go through it. A lot of special forces have to go through it.
So let's keep the guy in Iran alive.
Yeah. So he actually released a video yesterday that he did one in 2023 and he updated it. You know, for what would you do in 2026? Obviously, are not intuitive to somebody who's not, has zero expertise in that area. But He did say, like, if you have a cell phone, for example, you have to get rid of it. Period. That's just what you have to do.
They don't even fly with cell phones.
Yeah, they're not
even allowed to get into the cockpit with a cell phone.
It makes sense. And then when it comes to radios, he said, he doesn't care if how encrypted it is.
It's a burp, literally, and that's it.
Yeah, but he was saying that basically, if you were having a professional military searching for you today, their ability to locate you because you have a radio on would be pretty bad. But of course, he said what they do is maybe it's every 35.
But hey, dude, you gotta realize, dude, the focus point was he's drawing air. You know what I mean? I mean, that moment, God is good. You know, granted, there might have been confusion of possibility of maybe the opposition, but it still means that Wizzo drew breath and he had and the function to address. So that's the key part of it.
There was confusion. People pro-Israel social media accounts were saying, Israeli special forces side by side on the ground helped rescue the downed pilot. Then afterwards, I heard no, they were just giving,
I believe Israeli fighter planes did some attacks on folks nearby, in addition to the U.S. doing it. But I don't. Who knows? We'll never know the story of special forces.
I know the A-10s, dude. They went in and basically those A-10 pilots, dude. I hope they get a fucking Silver Star at least because, dude, the amount of fucking damage I heard from colleagues of mine, was fucking biblical on the fact that on the miracle factor that they was able to fucking get back as far before people. Anybody think, they shot it down? No, it's called he self-abandoned it because of the ability not to land safely.
But I thought when it came to the A-10 Warthogs, they are highly susceptible.
They fly very slowly.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're meant for one purpose, Pepe. Low ground fucking engagement. Dude, the guy sits in a titanium bathtub. Dude, I have witnessed in country A-10s on the fucking tarmac with fucking pumpkin-sized holes all the way through the fucking wings, through the fucking side of them, and them bitches still fucking came out.
How many of them were down during that? A complete list just came out a few days ago of all of the aircraft that were either downed or hit during this operation in Iran. But it might have been more than one, but it was at least one. Did you hear? Was there? I guess what I'm asking, was there more than one Warthog that was hit?
I know one was. I know one.
No, I think there was two, but they weren't related. The one was in the Gulf.
Yeah,
correct. But he made it back to base in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, and one the pilot had made a decision to scud it because of the condition to safely land. So he radioed in the plan and he scud it, and he was retrieved as well.
Almost all of the planes that were damaged or had damage were KC-130, what is it, 135s or 130, the tankers?
Yeah, they were sitting on the ground when ammunition hit them.
Huh.
Yep.
See, I didn't get that clarification. There was like a couple epic teams. I think that was like a friendly accident. And then they didn't specify how this F-35, which was the one that takes off vertically in the Marines, it was damaged.
Well, there's three versions of the F-35. You got the A's, E's, and D's.
No, there's A, B, and C's. No D's. But the one that was hit wasn't a vertical takeoff. I believe it took off from land. It was an A.
The one on the list was that's the part that stuck out to me. But it just said that it was damaged.
He's talking to someone there in Russian.
Привет, brother.
Привет, comrade.
What's up? That story. I don't know what's on mic. But no, like, I mean, hell, they even brought that AH-29. I'm gonna butcher the fuck out of this name, but is it Tuscanas, which is a prop airplane. Was it dual pilot?
Are you talking about the one that Special Forces uses?
No, this one is.
It's a replacement for the A-10.
No. This is actually a propeller-driven.
Yeah. It's a replacement that's under development for the A-10. Tucano.
Tucano, but they even from what I heard,
it's called a Chicano U-turn.
What's really even the A-10, that is one plane, even though it's pretty old and and they don't have much in the way of stealth capability. We refuse to sell these to any other country.
Dude, the fucking payload. Besides the fucking Burt gun on the front, Pepe, the payload of it is fucking immaculate.
It has like 5 hard points on each wing.
Exactly. So I mean, this is I mean, granted, I'm biased because I have a immaculate love for the A-10, at least.
But you're infantry, right?
Yes.
I've heard like that plane might as well be like the patron saint of the infantry.
It is. To me, the A-10 is like the fucking Pope. Literally. Like, don't get me wrong, your F-18, your 15s, and your 16s are fucking, they're awesome. But they have a purpose, but I'm going to say, Vincent, when you talk about the radio, never say repeat. Never say fucking repeat.
Why is that?
Because, okay, so, like if you're calling in, like a fire mission, if you say repeat, they're gonna perform the action of the previous command. So if you call in artillery, if you say repeat, they're gonna repeat the actions repeat the most previous request. But other than that, dude, fucking. By the way, nice dog, Yakov. Is that yours?
Yeah.
Boy, you dolled that thing up. Even got the bow in it. Nope, sorry, my bad.
Looks like my parents' dog.
Oh, I'm so sorry, my guy.
No problem.
Looks like my parents' dog. I remember I asked you about what kind of dog it was. It was my stepmother's aunt, who's her age, ended up passing away, and she inherited 2 dogs. One of them passed away. They're old dogs, but then Sammy he looks a lot like that dog, and he's a very interesting dog. I don't know how to put it. He's also really old, not too playful. He has like this strong, I don't know how to put it, like maybe herding mentality. very fucking alert. Like people, anybody, like he's like alarm box. I don't know how to put it.
Well, I got my gator pit. She's gonna be having puppies in about 2 months. So if you want a puppy, let me know. It's a gator pit. It's like
what's coming out?
It's a pit bull, but it has a different type of color configurations for the skin.
I fucking hate. I don't like pit bulls.
Shit, why not?
I'm like a racist. Like when it comes to dogs too. You know, by the way, dogs they were like bioengineered by humans, domesticated dogs, and so like man created monsters when it comes to dogs. Like they're not. People like to have this. Like it's about how you raise them. Like no, we raise them for temperament and their physical capability.
I use my gator pits for wild pig.
Well, you know, so I forget the name of the dog. Like the pit bull's origin. There was I don't know if it was a Mastiff breed. Dog, which ended up they bred further in America, which became the pit bull, but it was to hunt large game, and so they had a very strong bite, and they would bite towards the face and the neck, and then they would kind of sprawl their legs, and they'd try to pull you to the ground, or a big piece of game to the ground, which made it easier for them to hunt big game. And so these things are like monsters.
Dude, that's why my 2 pits are 70 pounds apiece, you know? But they're big fucking babies. Dude, you'll catch an attack from my fucking geese than you will from my fucking dogs.
I've met pit bulls that are nice, but
no, Yakov, if you want a puppy, dude, fuck yeah. I don't sell them. I just get them.
We got 2 others. Thank you. You know what's funny? You know, here, I'll tell you something that's kind of funny, and then I got to go to bed.
A rocket exploded in Cape Canaveral.
Okay.
Yeah, like a.
No, it would be probably some third-party rocket. Probably, let's see, SpaceX uses Texas, so it's a Boeing rocket probably, or something like that. Artemis, NASA doesn't have anything to it.
Massive explosion at Cape Canaveral in Florida of a rocket being tested for an upcoming Blue Origin flight. Former Jeff Bezos says all personnel have been accounted for and are safe. He is promising to find the cause and rebuild. The New Glenn rocket was undergoing a static fire engine test, which is when engines run at full thrust while the rocket stays on the launch pad. NASA is counting on Blue Origin to provide lunar landers for its Artemis and moon-based programs. So tonight we are learning more about a tragedy on the Queensboro.
So nobody got killed. At least that's a good thing.
Static test, no one's inside the rocket, and it's far from.
Less than most of us here, I think. Dude, what you think about Gavin Newsom being a fucking dick and saying he's going to charge tax 100%?
Did he do it? I don't know if it was 100%.
100%. So all the money you get goes to the state?
Well, for the slush fund, you know, because.
No, I think he had a billionaire tax, but I don't think it. I can't.
No, he didn't have it. It's on the ballot.
Okay.
He didn't. He's steered far away from that. He's running. He wants to run for president. That's not something to run on. It's a ballot measure.
I look at Gavin Newsom. I don't know that he's a very ideological person. I'm just being honest with you. I think he's which I would kind of say is part of his weakness. He's strong position on anything. Like what does he actually stand for? And I don't know that. Anybody
The highest bidder. The highest bidder.
Well, I think
It's
whatever makes it increases his likelihood of being a popular candidate.
Vincent, I think you're talking about a room temperature IQ. My guy, you know.
He's actually. I mean, well, he says he didn't do well in school, but I have.
Doing well in school and success and IQ are two different things.
Yes.
Or three different things. Excuse me.
Yeah, he's somebody who I would say is. He's somebody like, for example, when the RNC had their or the GOP had their what the fuck you call it, their conference. Dude, you know, just he has this charisma. He's somebody who would. He had a
split tongue, I guess.
He had a podcast. He was bringing in like Charlie Kirk and all of these people to debate with him. He's a likable guy. You know, when you get to talk to him. Now, I personally see that as making him kind of like a really weaselly person. I don't think he stands for anything. Just because you're the cool, likable guy does not mean you're fit to run the fucking country. But unfortunately, he is somebody who's rather, you know, I'm not a fag, or I'm the biggest fag on this app, depending on what day it is.
What you put in your butt or don't put in there is none of our business.
But he's, you know, an attractive guy, charismatic. Because of that, but it's not necessarily going to. It all seems very empty and shallow.
He's an oracle speaker, in my opinion. He's like Obama. He went in. He knows critical points, and he knows how to play the heartstrings of his state. And as long as he gets that win, he'll transition to his main agenda. But no, I hear what you're saying, Pepe, but he's aiming for 100% tax, which,
but that's impossible. That's impossible. You can't do that.
I know, but once again, this is, go ahead. Yeah, go for it.
There's a Daniel in the audience. He has a fucking stupid cold in his fucking.
Yeah, no, yeah, I had to leave the room earlier.
I'm gonna boot him from the room. I can boot him from the room. I'm on it. I'm not getting.
I don't like
He said, "Wait me."
Yeah.
What did he have in his profile?
Yeah, it's done.
Sheila, why are you such?
I kicked him.
Sheila, why are you such a hormonal, moody yenta? Why?
Why not?
Well, I asked you why. Why not? Asking the opposite question is not the answer to my question.
That's my answer.
Hold on, I got a better question for Jay. Jay, yesterday I was in a room with you, Miss Glow, and Yakov, and Daniel. And remember how I was talking to Daniel, and then Daniel was trying to get music going? What slimy little cocksucker fucking booted my ass out for not saying a motherfucker?
I didn't even know you were booted.
Yeah, I got a motherfucking room. Shit, dude. I got segregated like a motherfucker.
Wow. Hold on. Monica was in this room? When did she leave? What the fuck? I just saw in the audience.
Monica. But yeah, no. I don't know what the hell happened freaking. You know what I think it is? Just this is my opinion. I got hypothesis. I think that Sam guy, that little cocksucker, probably freaking when I got booted out of the damn room for not saying a fucking thing but other than hello to Daniel, that little fucking tweezer dick motherfucker, he got out of the room and he went to another room. You know.
They knew that yesterday a lot of people were complaining about the app, but I don't know. I don't know who removed you. I don't really remove people.
Well, I don't think it's you. I mean,
no, I think Jace removed me before.
I don't usually remove people.
Yeah, but you might have made an exception for Pepe, right? Right?
Maybe, could be.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying.
Well, Pepe.
2 and 3.
Well, Pepe, some guys here have a little bit of chivalry. Something that I would encourage you to show a little modest. I understand you got the Pepe show in the evening, and I'm not gonna lie, I do like to listen to it when I got long night chores to take care of. But a little chivalry.
Pepe said that usually his crazy comes out like at dark, and it's true. Because during the day he's not as cuckoo.
Yeah, well, yeah,
because his dad's probably awake.
No, it's just like I'm busy doing other shit during the day, and then
he's doing his OnlyFans.
Exactly. Is it gays love my material on OnlyFans? So.
Pepe, you probably have a tattoo that says it's hard out here for him.
Like, if tattoos were like disregarding decent norms, I would have probably been like, okay, fuck it, I'm getting tattoos. But now that everybody gets tattoos, it is super cool not to have tattoos. I am in my mid-40s, have no tattoos. I'm not going to get a tattoo ever. Like, ever.
Bro, I got a tramp stamp.
Amazing.
Fuck yeah. Literally, so it's, they says caught you looking.
There you go.
Nah, dude, fucking. But you don't like needles? What is it, Pepe?
No, I just don't, like, if everybody has tattoos, I want to stand out and not have tattoos.
Dude, it's addicting. It is, dude. When, what was that? I was like...
Yeah, but I've been, like, when it comes to visual arts, I've been doing that most of my life, and so when it comes to the appeal of a tattoo, you have to understand, I look at it from a very different perspective. I don't find a tattoo on the skin to be really that. It doesn't jump out at me.
Some people get them just because they saw it on X. They're like, "Oh wow, that looks amazing." Like my tattoos are almost like a mural of my life journey. Okay, whether in the military, family, critical events in my life, and so the tramp stamp that I told you guys. Why did I get it? Because I was working on something and I had a battalion commander walk by, and apparently he saw a little bit of my butt crack, and he parade rest me. He said, "You better fix that, Marine." And I ended up getting put on shit detail for it. So I got a fucking tattoo that said "Caught You Looking." And so if someone goes, "Dude, why did you say caught you looking?" I have a story I can share with someone. You got any piercings, Pepe?
I mean, when I was a teenager, I did. I had, like, my eyebrow, I had a little fray, like some fray below your bottom lip. I had, my ears pierced. It was normal, like, in the 90s. Not now. You're a faggot if you do it now. Yeah, I did that. I mean, I'm somebody who would have definitely gotten a tattoo when I was like 18, 19.
Did you get your nipple pierced?
No, my brother did.
Shit, dude, I rocked them bitches for fuck from
I mean, one of my brothers. So myself and my middle brother have no tattoos. my youngest brother, who was like always a miscreant, he got like all kinds of tattoos. He had like SS, like Nazi SS bolts. Like this was like, hold on,
That's kind of crazy.
like 18-ish years ago. Well, no, he has it. It's all covered over. It was like there was a Russian chapel that he tattooed on the imagery on his. It covered all of it. And my grandfather, before he passed away, like he served in World War II. So it's like it has nothing to do with like anti-Semitism, any of that stuff. But like when you in his generation, when you lost people fighting to the enemy, it's kind of like you're wearing the enemy's like what the fuck is this shit?
Dude, my grandfather Pepe on my mom's side, blackest person ever lived. No offense, to me, he's the best grandpa ever. But he was in supplies, and he went from fucking he literally went from Africa all the way to Normandy to Berlin, and dude, my grandfather, like we're in the dirty South, okay, and so you get these fucking skinheads that act fools and shit like that, and my grandfather hated them for it because they understood what really happened. My grandfather, Pepe, he didn't talk too much about the war, but when someone would talk about the Holocaust, it would he would grab that peppermint schnapps just a little bit harder. And I remember he shared a story with me and my brothers, and because they was going over the Holocaust in school. And I knew my grandfather on my mother's side was in World War II, and same my grandfather, my father's side. And we wanted to hear it from their side. And my grandfather said it, his side. See, he was in supplies when they came out, when Patton found a concentration camp. And when they were all told to not bring food to the camps, not because they didn't want to feed them, but because if they would kill them. And my grandfather witnessed, and he said he witnessed piles of, and this might be a little traumatic for people, but he said when you see a pile of children stacked up, and it changes your whole mindset of an entity.
I get what you're saying. Like my brother, his two best friends were like two Jewish fucking kids. They all, like my brother and his friends, they were little punks. Like they're just always got in fucking trouble. They're pieces of shit. Like when my brother got that tattoo, I actually think like people, like when he got it, he doesn't care about the historical weight behind the fucking symbols. Like to him, it was just like, oh, I'm just gonna fucking get this tattoo. It's gonna fucking piss everybody off, and it shows, like I'm like pro-white or whatever. For example, like the motorcycle club culture, they would highly rely on Nazi imagery. Why? Because it was the most taboo thing you could do in America, and they were doing this when the motorcycle club culture really started to take off in the United States. It was after World War II, and these are it's the imagery of a lot of people in the United States were anti-Semitic at the time. A lot of the Christians, like, let's not lie, but it was in a way kind of saying like, yeah, I'm the bad guy. In fact, the people that you guys fought in World War II, yeah, I'm wearing your tattoo. How about that, motherfucker? It was like a form of rebellion. And you kind of see the same counterculture happening now. It's just like what used to be punk rock and make you like weird in the 90s was you had tattoos and piercings and colored hair and all of that shit. And now that is considered to be like faggy, left wing, progressive type of shit. And so what is the cool way to like protest it is to be like physically fit, not do drugs, be religious, be authoritarian. That is literally the counterculture that you see today. If you look at if you were to look at like what is the official who's actually entrenched in academia, the media, everywhere, it's going to be people that are left of center to a little further left. And especially in academia, it's almost all left wing. Young men are meant to be rebellious. Like these same guys that are like pretending like they're these trad Catholic or fucking Orthodox Christian or basically misogynistic, whatever types of fucking people. These people would have been, I think they would have been punk rock, where they would have been left and anti-authoritarian and all of that shit if this was happening in the 80s.
Well, Pepe, I understand what you're talking about, dude. Shit, dude, fucking, I remember the fucking 90s. Shit, I went to Woodstock 99. Shit, dude, fucking, I watched fucking Korn and fucking Red Hot Chili Peppers. Shit, dude, I mean, it was fun, where you can fucking hit a doobie up and fucking, say fuck. Maybe it just came with age, I guess. But when it comes to like, at least I would say now, the presence, when people start criticizing the Jews or Christians or Muslims, like I criticize the IRGC for the radicalization. But when people come after and they go, well, the Jews are involved in many different aspects
but
from
I think you're missing my point. But I think you're missing my point. Because after World War II, because of the Holocaust, literally, I mean, one of the most taboo subjects have revolved around Jews, blacks, obviously, because have like in the millions, you have a massacre of people, and I don't know how to say it. It's gonna sound fucked up no matter way, but when you drill into people, especially and young men, they're the most they're gonna be some of the most rebellious motherfuckers you've ever met.
Why don't you say groom?
No. This isn't grooming. This isn't grooming. I think that you are going to get. So, for example, if you were to look at the World War II generation, what they call the greatest generation, the baby boomers.
They are.
Sure. And then the baby boomers. What did the baby boomers do? Their kids. They were like, fuck this, no war, draft dodging is cool, free sex, let's just like fuck everybody, or free love, I guess is what they called it. Let's do lots of drugs, let's do all of this shit. They literally rebelled, and it's like a pendulum. It went in the opposite direction. Now, with the Zoomers and some of the millennials, you see this sharp pendulum that's kind of like switching in the other direction. And it's just like they're heterodox for that reason, because they literally see what hey, you know what? No, I don't agree with all of this shit. I think it's all bullshit. And you know what? No, fuck you. I'm not going to conform. Eat a dick. And they're just going to do their own thing. Like, and that's one of the weird things where I don't. It almost becomes more of like a social psychology issue rather than a political one. Or
do you think that we ended up in this situation because white people complain too much?
No, this is all.
White.
But if we look at the black population in the 1960s, what did they have?
Can anybody else speak?
Okay, so you're so obnoxious.
Somebody else. Pepe, work with him a little bit.
Exactly, Pepe. Lower your freeway.
Okay, but I'm trying to answer the question, and then he wants to obnoxiously talk over me. Now, if we look at the white population and the black population, the 1960s, what is radically different about them? What ideology is infused with their grievances and their protesting?
Can somebody answer the question?
Shut your mouth, Pepe.
You ask a question, but you just ramble on and on. Like, it don't take 2 minutes to ask a fucking simple question.
What did the white and black movements have in common in the 1960s?
Black folks started complaining like white people. Like y'all are complaining today.
I asked what ideology.
I just answered your question.
That's not
white complaint.
Open the door to a lot of things that are very anti-liberal.
That's true.
But when it comes to, we can look at the Weather Underground. We can look at the DSA, and which kind of had factions that were similar to the Weather Underground. We can look at the black movements. These were, and if you look at a lot of the terrorism that the black movements in the United States did, it was almost always in collaboration or with the majority white communist movements. These were not. I don't know how to put it. What are you talking about?
Liberal people just wanted equality. Yeah, they just wanted equal rights and civil rights.
Thank you. Norm, I was trying to jump in, but Pepe just.
You don't shut up. I'm telling you, you don't shut up.
In a pro-dominant white school. Literally, she, got her ass beat. And my mother said the civil rights movement, what she loved the most about it was she was able to see her community, the black community, finally take a stand and fight for their equality, their right as Americans, to be acknowledged as Americans, not be segregated from the term American. And that meant more to my mother than anything, is to have an ownership of a country that the black community helped mold. There is not a war that black men
bring up a good point, but the difference though. That time, it was obviously egregious and incredibly unfair, but I do think that they ended up coming up with radical solutions. In other words, the communists put a battery in their backs to basically.
Pepe, hold on, Pepe. I don't know if you're aware of this. You know, my father's a white man. My mother's a black woman.
No, I know.
And the reason why I bring that up, Pepe, is because in the 60s, you had to get a permission slip. In a way, I'm labeling it as a permission slip for interracial marriage. To get married.
Where in Montana did they get married?
Oh, fuck. Where the fuck was it?
I got it's not a big deal.
But in the 60s, my mom and dad had to go leave South Carolina and go to Montana. Just to be able to have
Loving, right?
There's a movie about it called The
Loving Virginia, the court case.
Yeah, that's an incredible story, Dumpster. I wish I had a nicer name. That's a beautiful story, man. I did not know this about you. That's really an intense story. What do you look like, if I may ask?
Like a caramel frappe from McDonald's?
He's a goddamn quadroon.
No, I wouldn't say that.
But the thing is, you know, that's the extent that they had to do because they had to get basically a permission slip. My dad lost jobs because he married a colored woman. You know, lost. I
get it. Like there's this injustice where this personal opinion because of who you married, he's mistreated because of it. Now I would ask you this. So the communist answer, and this is where you saw the radicalism in the 60s in particular, and you saw it like in the late 2010s and early 2020s. It seems to be kind of dying down now. You saw their answer was that our country is evil to the core. The people that made the environment possible for your parents to have to go through that were evil white men. They were capitalist colonizers that deconstruct every fucking value that these people have. And we also need to tear down America to its core. We need to start anew.
So let me ask you a question, Pepe. In doing all of the curated work,
can you answer that question?
I didn't hear a question. I heard a sermon, I heard a eulogy, and a little bit of a dissertation, but I didn't hear a question.
I love it. When I used to make my big rooms, you were this submissive bottom bitch that would literally, that's what you were, that would booty clap on the behalf of whites. But now here you are trying to you have some like comeuppance that you want to have. It's so pathetic and like
comeuppance. I'm being myself. I've always had more white privilege than all of you monkeys. You're broke.
You work in a leasing apartment complex.
That's a funny story. That's actually not true. I haven't worked in a leasing
Okay, no, what I wanted to get back to was, like, I literally asked him a question about his grandparents. Do you think that your grandparents would have wanted to burn America to its ground and start anew? In other words, this country does not deserve to exist because it was rotten to its core, or do you think he wanted to make it better? That was basically what I was trying to ask him.
I mean, I wouldn't.
I was asking him, not you.
Who is him? Do you want to maybe call him by his name?
Yeah, Dumpster.
Why are you calling him Dumpster? Because he's mixed race?
No, that's his name. Was Dumpster. I wish he'd change. You sound like such a cool person. I wish he didn't have that name, but I guess it is what it is. I used to be Steppy, but then someone got me flipped. Oh, okay. I've heard about you. You're Steppy. Okay. Hopefully, good news. Hopefully.
So, Stephanie, would your parents have agreed? Want to just kind of make things better?
They wanted things to be better. Because my father and mother didn't think about the now. They thought about the future. They thought about, my mom said it best. She thought about her grandkids in the future, because, it's tough now, but if you fix the problem, the next generation will benefit from the solution. And that's what my mother and father focused on in our community, And even though and I'm gonna be honest, even though they had their hardship with the event, my mother and father really never bitched as much as a lot of people do these days that have never experienced it.
How old are your parents?
My father passed away at 83, was it 9 years ago, and my mother passed away at 84, 7 years ago.
Okay, so you're okay. So your parents probably have a couple years on my dad. But I definitely, my dad's siblings were, some of them a little bit older than your parents. It's funny that we're having this conversation because, like, a lot of people really don't understand the removal of this from the conversation that they're having on this app with the young 20s and 30s, crowd that are pushing for a lot of these things. My father was, going to school in the South before schools were integrated. So I had a point of reference from the standpoint of somebody that I grew up with as a person that's in their 30s today, that actually had a parent that was old enough to remember the same way that I was. Text that a lot of people really need to have as they come onto this app and say, my people, my experience, and all of those things. Do you see what I'm saying, Dumpster?
I was alive for that, Dr. Adam. That we had apartheid.
You were alive for it, but my dad was getting ready for high school. So it's kind of one of those things where it's like, it's from... I don't think that people understand exactly what those times were like, what conversations people were having. And, having those conversations with people who are alive today are a little bit difficult because a lot of those people are in their 90s or even older. And, the true adults of that time. And, some of them were a little bit spacey as to what those times meant, what those conversations looked like. And it's not like we had social media. You know what I mean? So, but talking to my grandmother, my dad's mother, which my dad's mother, she grew up in rural Mississippi, moved to Tennessee. She had 5 different kids, 5 different men, or 6 different kids, 5 different men. Even the dating conversation is as far as, what women have access to. I can't even, I can't even tell you some of the fucking stories I used to hear, man. Dumpster. Like, it's crazy. I'm talking about, like, in the 1920s and, like, 30s and shit. Like, people don't understand.
But dude, I myself included, is
14 siblings. And dude, my mother and father, you know, they believe in education and the home, you know, and I know exactly what you're talking about. I know exactly, you know, the you know, those elements that, you know, and those discussions, and when you hear them, you're thinking it's a fucking line out of a Steven Spielberg fucking movie. You know what I mean? What at least what my mother's. My mother lived in dirt floors, literally. She, what you call
having literal great grandparents that were slaves, like that literally were slaves. Great grandparents, like that's not that far removed. And again, my dad started a little bit later in life. You know, on my mom's side, I actually met my great grandmother. So to me, it's like, you know, just seeing the disparities of time, and you know, just hearing those stories that it wasn't passed down from just hearing this as like a, you know, a folk tale. Like I literally was speaking to people who were like grew up in the dinner table.
Oh yeah.
Who lived the shit.
Oh dude, 100%, dude. Dude, it's kind of fucking. It's emotionally and it's also diabolical to hear from the mouth of the experience. But I'm you know, your family is probably just as strong as my family as well. Wants to make sure that we go forward in a positive manner. We make sure that, well, to make sure that you treat everybody equal. And that's a big thing that my great grandmother focused on, and many other things. I tell you what, ass whoopings ain't like they used to. My grandmother asked me to pick a switch one time, and anybody ever catch a switch before? Shit, you learn real quick. You learn real quick. When Grandma says, "Get your ass over here," you know, you hurry. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, one of my great grandmothers, she was born in like 1903, and like listening to the shit that she had to like say about like early fucking, like it's crazy. Like she lived to be very, very. I got to interview her when I was in elementary school for a book report, and it was basically my aunt, who was a former professor. She basically just wrote the freaking book report about my grandma's life story. She sent it to me, and it was pretty intense. It's like the grade differences, even between like the items that were in people's home, and like, you know, recognizing like a color television and things like that. Like it's just it's crazy how people just don't have that gift of being able to hear that from an actual family member that lived long enough to actually have that conversation.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, 100%. Like my
I met two of my great grandmothers.
That's amazing.
Two of them.
Literally.
And I have pictures of both, which is amazing. One as a little baby, and another one just like older.
That is amazing, dude. My grandfather, friggin', before he went join the army in World War II, he had an older brother, and he went to Texas, and on his way to Texas, he got pulled over and he spent 5 years in Mississippi in penitentiary. And I asked my grandfather, I said, "What a great, our great uncle do?" And he goes, "Nothing." He goes, they needed motherfuckers to do work. And my grandfather told me, he goes, you know, you might be a free black man. Hell, freaking, you might be have luxuries, but you get caught in Mississippi, they need ditches cut and weeds taken care of. Freaking, they just put you in prison and put you in work. Cause get a job in Houston, Texas, and he got pulled over in Mississippi, got arrested. You know, no due justice, no lawyer would touch him. And my grandfather said it best. He goes, that was the scariest part from South Carolina and Texas. If you had work in another state, he goes, you know, this my grandfather would say. He goes, in the 20s and even in the 30s, you had a 50% chance to make it to where you had to. If not,
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're on the same page, Dumpster. You know, people are able to have conversations about these issues, and you know, if they want to be informed, they can be informed. You know, and earshot of people that are not that far removed from it, I feel like that might dance on the line. You know what I mean?
I know. I did. You know what I miss the most, Doctor? You know, besides my mother, I miss that soul food. Shit, dog. Freaking, I miss the holidays when you got grandma and mom in the damn kitchen. Shit, you got the aunties in there. Shit, dude, I miss that damn food, man. You know, I haven't had that. You know, it's the little things like that, you know.
I mean, I grew up mainly with, you know, Spanish food, and, you know, my mom was born in a Spanish colony, and they just kind of adapted to how people cooked and lived down there. So when they came to the United States, they brought that culture with them, and that's kind of the food that I grew up with. But, you know, it's the down-home cooking and stuff like that.
So Karen, so Doctor, I see Miss Baskin. Did she win or what?
Sorry, was that for me?
Did Karen Baskin win?
It's Karen Bass.
Oh, my bad. My apologies.
Yeah, no, she hasn't won yet, but you know, polls are looking pretty good. I just hope she, you know, stays strong. I know it's in very rare form, but like I said, I want a functional government. Republican, Democrat, like this is my city. So this national politics bullshit that people are hashing out, I'm really not interested in that when it comes to, you know,
Well, you guys
my backyard. You know,
since you're in California, Gavin Newsom is talking about a 100% tax on. Is it the January 6th slush fund? I mean, I really don't know, but yeah, I kind of heard about 100% tax on.
Listen, people in California are not taxed enough. Okay, I'm sorry to say that. People in California are not taxed enough. It's the wrong type of people that continue to get tax breaks. Okay, while the other type of people are having to pay the same type of taxes. So even if you look at the property taxes, for example, you know, people would do you understand that there's a house that just went onto the market last month for $400 million?
Holy shit, what is it, like 30,000 square foot?
About 70. It used to be owned by the Qatari royal family right next door to Dan Bilzerian's old Beverly Hills or Bel Air. That's just ridiculous. Like, there's no home in California worth $100 million, let alone 400. Like, the prices are inflated, and if people have that money to just throw around, tax them. Tax them, because the middle class is shrinking every fucking day, and nobody wants to have a conversation about that. I'm not on some communist shit. I'm saying, like, that, even at stop allowing people to put their thumb on the fucking scale.
We just got done a few months ago. We built our house at Barnuminium. Came out to 5,600 square feet, and it came out to like $300,000 and shit. I thought that was pricey.
Man, it's even to buy my childhood home back. You know, it's like kids that grow up in this place, they cannot even afford to live in their parents' homes. You know what I mean? They leave it behind. Okay, you nice.
So, like I said, you know, I completely oblivious. I mean, we heard complaints, but you know, I didn't have no skin in the game. My question to you, doctor, and I hope I'm not coming off like a fool, is why is the housing market issue in California more than anything else? Even because it's not, how is it so hard for your workers, your blue collar workers, your white collar workers that are just being average income families or individuals?
So California has always pretty much relied on manufacturing, production, agriculture, and you know, later on, you know, this bullshit entertainment industry that you know, props up. Where are they? In California, right?
I don't know, where are they?
Okay, so now when we talk about people who want to build families and want to live in, you know, normal single family homes, you know, we're talking about the 1,200 square foot to 1,800 square foot home. Anywhere in California, that's going to cost you over $1 million. Do you know what the mortgage is on $1 million home? depending on how much you put down, you put less than 20% down, you're going to be nailed with about $8,000. Nah, I would say about $8,000 a month. Because then you have to consider property taxes.
$50,000 income a year?
No, I'm saying, right. So, you know, when you look at the average person that's able to buy $1 million home, where are the jobs for that? Where are the jobs in abundance for that? So now we go into the conversation as far as the two-income household. A lot of people outside of California feel like that's not, you know, the option of where America should be. People had different attitudes towards leisure. People had different attitudes towards the haves and the have-nots. And truthfully speaking, in California, we have an abundance of spaces where you have, you know, tree-lined streets with, you know, pictures in the middle, you know, with landscaping and all of those things, which, again, eat at city taxes and city resources. So that raises a property tax. You want to have nice schools, nice parks, and all of the things that people have bought into in their investment in leisure, different from other places in America, is how you ended up in this economic situation of what now exists in California.
Okay.
All of these imported palm trees and shit like that are from the freaking Middle East. You don't understand how much landscaping and water maintenance and things that need to get done. Some drunk 16-year-old from some dentist ends up crashing a Porsche into it. That's $100,000 and something a tree. So this is the type. This is not from here. A lot of it's from the Middle East. If you look at the queen palms, the king palms, and a lot of the palm trees that are featured on California Living, a lot of those trees and vegetation are not from here. So when you bring something from somewhere where it does not belong into a place where you want to maintain an aesthetic of landscaping, it costs money and maintenance. Does it not? So that's how you have... I'm just telling you how the bill continues to add up. You see what I'm saying? Because everything that I explained to you is a line item that is going to be passed down to the consumer.
So, in a nutshell, they're taking the Bentley and making it look like a Ferrari, and the owner who has a Bentley fucking motor is paying for the fucking Ferrari in a hill. He bought a house this like 19 years ago for like
so the other part of this too is costs for construction. Okay, and I did the numbers on this, you know, a couple of years ago. For me and my mom at the time, we were trying to build a home in Tustin Hills, which is down in Orange County.
Oh, I know where you're at.
Yeah. So the price per square foot was at around $2,500 price per square foot to put in the same type of finishes. Then you also have to factor in workers' compensation insurance. I don't think that you understand exactly how much it costs to pay a construction worker in the state of California, right? So to pay a construction worker...
It's a fucking blast, so just put it that way. But, God, Jesus, dude, fucking, so, a doctor, you know, I'm going to say a prayer for you, your mama, your neighbor, maybe even California, that, holy shit. Now I understand why you're hyper-focused on your state. All love to you, doctor. All love to you on that.
My parents bought a house for under freaking $200,000 back in the early 90s. There were homes. Me and my husband just went there. not too long ago, and we're looking at some of the homes in the neighborhood. Some of them selling as high as $3.8 to $4 million. This is what they've done to us. So, I mean, this is literally what they've done to us, Dumpster.
But my
So this is my step-grandmother. So her mom is my step-grandmother. She bought her house for like less than the cost of a freaking Lexus. Okay? Back in like 60 years ago. There are homes in the freaking area going for millions. Like, this is what I'm saying, man. Like, the steady cost of how they've driven people out has been happening for decades. It's not even anything that even my parents have voted on. You know, that has like accelerated this. Like, this has been in the making for a very long time.
research for the build. You know, that's what it feels like. You know, like medical medicine companies. You know how they'll pay, they'll build it, but
You know what fucked us?
like,
The Coastal Commission, the California. You know what I mean? There was manufacturing and things that were still happening. Those spaces, some of them are still here today, but they're not operating to the same volume. You know what I mean? Hughes, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, McDonnell Douglas. Like, a lot of these places used to have, a lot of these people that used to buy their homes back in the 70s, where do you think that they were working?
well,
UCLA professors, they were working in Berkeley. Like, they were working, you know, in freaking aerospace, manufacturing, production. Where's the Wonder Bread factory? A lot of this shit has shut down. And then you also had oil production. A lot of Beverly Hills and Los Angeles and a lot of these spaces, a lot of this shit used to be oil fields. I don't think that people really fully understand that. Every time we buy a even people on the beach, you buy a beachfront property in California, you do not own, there's no such thing as a private beach.
oh my fucking god. Bro,
It was crazy. I remember when I was a kid, we used to live, like, we were we used to call them like the canyon kids. We were the beachfront kids. And we used to hike through the canyon and then come down a subdivision that had a public trail. And there was a gated community between where the trail went down towards PCH, and on the other side of PCH, it was a continuance of that same gated community, and then there was the beach. We used to get yelled at by the freaking gate-guarded like security all the time. You kids can't go here at X, Y, and Z. And finally, Mom and a bunch of my friends' parents, one of them was a really high-powered beach. Like, there's no such thing as a private beach in the state of California. You see what I'm saying? So, like, again, there's costs, and then there's benefits, and then there's costs to that. You know what I mean? Your kids don't actually have access to that beach. But then if you privatize it, could you imagine how many celebrity Kardashian fucks would love to just section off a freaking part of the beach, put their private security and probably U-boats out in the middle of the water and prevent people from being able to, their kids to be able to play and build sandcastles during the summer? So while I get that there's an issue with private property rights in the state, there's also a reason. There's also a reason. You know what I mean?
Well, the regular person could go to Compton. They have beaches there.
They do not have beaches in Compton. Compton is a landlocked city.
Thank you.
You gonna go swim in the LA River?
Why? What's wrong with it?
Well, you're either cracked out or you're a corpse. Still exists here in Los Angeles.
Fucking, dude, that's called a dirty baptism, my guy.
what I'm saying, dumpster man? Like it sucks. Like I've had to head north, like since like leaving my parents' house. It's kind of one of those things. Like I've just had to keep pushing north. Like you know, like economically as this shit is panning out and looking at where I've moved, I've had to keep moving north, just because it's just.
I tell you what.
You know what I mean? Like it's crazy.
Hey, bring your husband, bring your mama, bring it in South Carolina, dude. You guys will have a blast.
Oh no, fuck that! I'm not trying to go out to the no, y'all. Like I appreciate my South Carolina brethren, but yeah, no, I'm not trying to live in Jim Crow South. I'm not trying to do it.
Well, I found. My family's property. Let me put it this way: I've seen an alligator eat a bull shark, and I've seen a bull shark eat an alligator.
Yeah, no. So my mom ended up retiring in Florida, and actually declined health-wise. She finished out her last days out here in California, closer to me. But I bought a house there at one point. And fucking, like I'm telling you, it's too country, man. Like, I mean, once you get past, I feel like Arizona, like that's just where people just start becoming a little bit, a little bit weird. What's that?
Myrtle Beach is a beautiful area in South Carolina.
Yeah, everybody says the same thing about Huntington Beach, and that's in California, and the people are so racist as fuck.
What about Long Beach?
Long Beach is cool. I like going to Long Beach.
I don't know, my younger days.
Cool, but Huntington Beach, I don't. Yeah, no, I don't do Huntington Beach.
I was a logistics fiduciary consultant as part of a $1 billion company when I was in Long Beach.
Yeah, no, I used to live in Newport Beach, and in Newport, shit, I'm telling you, dumpster, I used to take that 73 anytime I used to go kick it with my friends in Long Beach. I was not taking PCH. I do not like driving through Honey PCH.
Fuck yeah, I totally understand that, motherfucker. Yeah. Hey, doctor, it's been a pleasure, my guy, dude. Friggin', I've had a hell of a day. If you look at my PTR, I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna walk in the house, give me some food, and try not to annoy the wife too much. You guys have a great day.
All right, you too.
Were you doing an airstrike on Palestine?
The man just said he has to go. He's going.
Thank you for your service.
What's up, Harry? What are you up to?
He's probably reading the Torah or doing a mitzvah.
Dude, passed out, bro.
Wait, what happened?
I said everybody passed out.
They're reading Torah.
Want to go crash the brand?
about me. Are you thinking about me? I'm thinking about things about moving forward and how we can work around communication. You were a part of the story because in the story it wasn't about me. Oh, okay. So, okay, get back to what was happening in the conversation. You just said you didn't receive a lecture, but when you first came around, you said you get messages as if people were having a conversation. So that's what Penny was just saying. You weren't having a conversation with me. No, I'm sorry, I'm being specific. To me, your back channel was I got text messages. So, my apologies. So, I'm not being specific. Never message you back channel or school. I'm not fighting. If you said that you were familiar with me, you should know well that this is literally not my fighting voice. It's my confused voice. But anywho, if you said that these are conversations that have already happened, have not all of these conversations already happened? Like I'm confused as to why conversations are still continuing about what is already taken place. It's like this was a conversation in person lady in his language. And I do not know if you were up about yes. In my opinion, I thought that was clarified. I hope that makes sense. So what is it that you need from me? So moving forward from this, you just said you needed help moving forward. What did you, are you backwards in some regard? I'm not trying to be right. I'm a good guy. Yeah. Oh, y'all are done? What? Okay, I'm gonna go back. We have to talk. Okay. I'm talking with all this. I like to think that the episode was fun. I didn't watch it myself sometimes. Like, they should do that first. First, I don't know. I'm trying to listen. I'm listening. Y'all think that's what I want to do. Okay, yeah. I'll see you. You know, they ain't got to just think over. They don't have to think of like talking about my own passion. It's gonna be I feel like it is confusing because I feel like it's confusing because it's clear that he
not a nickel-free zone again. Oh my God! What is going on here?
It's actually it's well known.
I'm about to knock it out.
I know that's right.
I
know that's the word.
Sold that before Grant? No, I still do that stuff. I don't think it's up anymore. They had it up for a year or two.
That's funny.
Spaces, and that's obviously not all of, like, not every single Star Wars fan is in.
It's mobile responsive, so you can play it on an iPad or an iPhone. Actually, Lovable, they just did an update where they fixed their SEOs a lot better than it was. It's horrible because it doesn't run your server side, right? So it always gives you like blank HTML shells whenever like Google and search engines are trying to parse it. But they actually did an update like a month ago, and it's a lot better now.
I was thinking, how the fuck has this happened?
Traumatized are fertile and lifelong. At least till we hit like my aunt, she went menopause at 60. Most of my aunts, except for one of them at 56, I think she went.
I'm so glad not to be a female. It's all complicated in the world.
Part of being a Saiyan. They say, hands up, they say that when you go through perimenopausal and you go into hip menopausal, you have like a spout in ovulation. I think that's what happened.
Hamza, I don't hate to bring up, bad news, but Saxon has been through a lot in her life, because she's had a lot of miscarriages, and that's got to be pretty traumatic. I hope do you want to have another baby, Saxon?
I didn't want it. Do you know what? Well, I was trying before for 7 years and had many doctors. Then we kind of gave up. So really, I do feel like this baby's a blessing. I would like to have one more. You got to remember, my son is not with my husband. Like he's not his biological child. So being able to give my husband a biological child means a lot to me. So
That's so sweet, man. You're a down girl, man. That's very sweet of you to say it like that.
Because I always like, what if I can't bear him kids, and but the fact that if I can just bear him one, I think he'll be okay. So.
You remember the night that he knocked you off? Do you remember the specific night that he knocked you off?
No. All I know is I went to my mum's funeral on the 20th of March, and then the 21st of March, the day after a funeral, I found out I was pregnant. How mad is that?
That was such a crazy experience post high school.
Wisdom checkpoint. There's something interesting about women in compared to men. Maybe now guys can feel this. In Islam, you know what men cannot even do, which is so amazing maybe for only women, exclusive. Women can hold two souls at once during pregnancy. Imagine that. Her own soul and the baby's soul inside the fetus of the mother's womb. No other human being can do that. That's how amazing that is. So if you look at that, your mom is woman, your sister is woman, your auntie is woman, and then still we overlook and we look down and we kind of looking, hey, man is higher than women. It's not that. So that's why God gives that women having that ability to having holy and the soul. Beyond the human wisdom checkpoint.
Yeah, growing a whole life in your body is not easy, man.
Every second, every man has 1,500 miscarriages in his scrotum. And I, for one, every year you have billions and billions of miscarriages, from a male perspective. And I'm just looking forward to meeting my future son and daughter that emerges from in between my legs like magic. And it's just amazing that the human body is like genetic, magic, where this little flagellating tadpole thrusts its way into this egg, and then a flash of light.
Knows, or the egg knows when there's something wrong, and that's probably why most women have miscarriages, because there's something wrong within that, chromosome. So the natural thing is to have a miscarriage. So in a way, man, a woman's body does miracle things, man. It rejects men's sperm if there's something wrong.
That's gonna eliminate a lot of jobs.
I definitely remember at a certain point.
So 99.99% of John's sperm.
Fine belt, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Like she was in the paint, yo. She was in the paint.
Body's gonna fuck up. His genetic line out. 14. We're not gonna have to go there.
When he did that shit, I said, yeah, man, I learn every day. If I die the day of tomorrow, a nigga might troll my
when you look at mother, like Uma, and that M, you see the M, it has some kind of significance in many ways, not just in the how we pronounce it, how we look at how what mim, all that. And when you look at that, it's happened like imagine the context of the soul, no genders. Soul does not have any genders. Is that true? How far we can comprehend that? So that it's where it becomes very interesting about the soul, that maybe there's no gender about the soul. When
there's a gender.
Having genders, upon it goes into the vessel.
It's a gender.
God's,
Earth is trans. The moon is feminine, and the sun is masculine. Earth.
Okay.
Earth.
Now, that is on the context of outer space. Inner space of oneself will be able to know, hey, which part of me that has genders? The vessel has genders. The vehicle has genders. But the other one, which is the soul, doesn't have genders. So it makes sense. The soul being breathed into the fetus of the mother's womb during the pregnancy time, therefore it becomes, this is a baby boy, this is a baby girl. But prior to that, there's no gender. But when it goes into this physical being of oneself, therefore, this human is born with a so-called male or female. And that's where the unique of understanding where, So having that, the chromosomes is just an exhibit about the vessel determinations. The chromosome decide, that chromosome X, Y, just deciding on the genders. It's not by the soul, Soul is saying, hey, I'm going to come in because I don't have genders. I'm beyond genders, but what is that? It's something higher than that. It's not infra. That is how deep it is. If we're talking about LGBT, that is infra.
Sing the song for Saxon's little baby who can hear this. It is called Hallelujah. Saxon, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
I heard there was a secret chord that David played. It pleased the Lord, but you don't really care for music, do you? It goes like this: fourth, the fifth, the minor fall, the major lift, the baffled king composing hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Overthrew your heart. She tied you to a kitchen chair. She broke your throat. She cut your hair. From your lips, she drew the hallelujah. 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 Maybe there's a
you know what? I think I was getting butterflies when you were singing that. Is that a test?
You wake me up tomorrow. Like I don't trust someone that doesn't.
Hallelujah.
How's the ball thing been going for you? How's that been panning out?
Oh, you're one to talk, Cheddar Cheese? I've seen your photo.
I have a full head of hair. So
You have so much hair.
Well, Daniel, the great thing about being bald. What was that song?
Okay, questions about chicken and egg. Chicken and egg. Which one comes first? The west and the east. Which one comes first? East or west?
East.
East. Okay. East. All right now. Okay. Now you see the above there's a link. How one language unites 70,000 islands. And that one language is the start. This in a way, if you want to look at the mirror of Arabic, this one language is happening on the east. So that one language, 70,000. Seriously, because any foreigners that comes into our country just to stay about maybe a month or so, they can speak the language. How amazing is that? Because of the frequent the melody of the language. That one single language, because it's so amazing that the other 700 language will learn and into that one single language. And imagine 17,000 islands have different dialects, still having that common one language. How amazing that can be really happening in one archipelago. That really make it, there's the soul in the language, something like that. Because everybody are comparing, all the Eastern language, the Tagalog, the Vietnamese, all that. But this one single language, just like
Farsi is the original of all languages.
Like the real,
It's a real language. I was going to say, I've been living in Arabic for 7 years and I still don't understand or speak Arabic. So it's not that easy, trust me. Arabic. It's Arabic. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I said I've been married to an Arab for 7 years and I still don't understand Arabic.
You don't speak Arab?
No, I don't speak Arabic, man. It's a hard language to speak.
Do you cook?
I cook Arabic food.
What kind of Arabic food do you cook nowadays?
Bloody hell. I mean, I think it's mainly a Middle East. The dishes are all known over the Middle East, but I cook, do you know, I bet Narjas will know, okra. You know, the okra soup, Narjas. I do. Yeah. I'm not an Arab, I'm a Persian.
What are you talking about? Like, how could you ever be an Arab?
Oh, like, I don't know, I think Arab. We're not cool friends with Arabs. In fact, we're not friends with Arabs.
Cutest thing about, like, Persian women is that little 13-year-old boy's mustache. It's a mustache. It's so cute. Like, a Persian woman by her little tiny mustache. It's soft. It's not bristly. John, you know that about that having young boys, right? John, you know all too well.
That's all projection. You're Catholic. Well, yeah, that's all projection. Let me hit my projection bell here.
I know.
Earlier, Narjas was projecting onto me when she was saying that I'm highly conditioned and, other things, which were all projections. I just don't understand Narjas. Like, how are you a Persian, but you're celebrating and supporting a a Mohammedan, meaning like a desert person who claimed to be the messenger. Like, it's a movie. How can you project onto me my conditioning to reject what I consider to be an ill-gotten faith, a scam? Because I could start a cult, no problem. I'm working on it. And there's been lots of successful cults out there. And I don't understand why you don't see Islam as just being another one. Hello?
It is. It is another cult. John. Yeah, perhaps it is like a cult. That's what religion is after all. Cult means what? Culture. Religion gives you the freaking organized, structural culture, which is nothing but conditioning. But however, historians don't freaking put someone in a horrid light or in a good light. They say it as it is. Whatever I've read from Joshua Little, from Nikolai Sinai, and from, what was her name, Patricia? What was her name? I read a paper. Can you give me the name, Dana? Patricia. Anyway, she's a critical historian. It basically outlined the same, huh? Patricia Crone. Crone.
But she's kind of like, she's like kind of a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, she went a little bit
too far.
No, she went a little bit,
too critical. Yeah.
Yeah, like mythicist levels of like, she's like, Mecca didn't exist.
Yeah, it was Petra, it was not Mecca.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind, like, who cares? It's nothing lost. There's no, like, loyalty to a community or a name or a badge, right? But from what I know, they don't, like, look down upon the archetype or the personality. Neither do they rise them up, right? They say it as it is. Actually, Daniel has shared some really good material that I'm yet to read. Daniel, I want you to read, I'm going to share with you Jonathan Brown's Slavery. I think this would also sort of extend out to slavery and Christianity. Bro, he's freaking made the system look like so okay. Conceptually, the whole idea is so freaking wrong.
I know. I have the same weird, I understand.
And freaking Andrew in the other room is supporting it and getting jacked and cooked for it. So the one thing to say that at a time where slavery could not be probably completely abolished because there was no prison system, etc., this was perhaps the best way to put forth, a proposal for like war booty. For God's sake, like, how do you extend it out to today? Actually, what he's doing and what most Muslims do, right? It's bizarre.
And there's another story to be told there. Like, there are some truths to this little cliche where people are like, whenever you criticize the holy book for its slavery, they say, and they're right in some ways. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there is something to be said about people that consensually are like, hey, I have nothing. Take me into your household and you can be something like a family member.
It's such a Christ-like thing to do it. Like, basically, this is your...
I would love to have slaves. Like,
stop. No, but the idea of slavery is what the whole...
Dude, do you think there's anything different from like us hiring a fucking Ecuadorian fucking immigrant to come to our house and fucking clean for $100 because we don't want to fucking do it?
Because she goes back to her house. No, she goes back to her house.
That's late.
She chooses her life. She chooses what she or whatever she
Yeah.
But come on, Dad. Perhaps there is the symmetry breaker could be one bad slave owner who will torture and who will hurt. This is the problem, which can still be done, I guess, to a house servant.
If let's say I'm going to send slave person home. Let's say I'm the service provider, slave provider, and I will check with the owner. Hey, in you, show me your dictionary. If your dictionary doesn't have right, wrong, doesn't have something in that manner, I mean that person deserves, because this person that knows about something on higher version that is superseding right, wrong. There's something there. So this guy that can run with that kind of understanding that is beyond right, wrong. That's what I would. Yes, okay, you deserve this. I'm going to pass it to you. I know that they're going to be very happy with, being taken care of by you. Regardless of religion, and that is what I'm listening to the clubhouse. I see those vibes, that individual that has that kind of frequency. And why? Because God said, I created you with a frequency that resonates with me. Can you understand what is that love beyond human love? Maybe along that wisdom checkpoint.
So basically, these slaves could stay with the family, be a part of the family. Children could play with children, right? She's not sent to prison, although she's the victim, of war, right? After all, she is the victim of war. And it so goes for the boys and the men too, right? They've come to a brand new society. But I think so Christianity has a good 6-year provision, which is I think a good time period.
So you see, no, I mean slaving. Slaving means I slave my own. I'm talking about manager oneself, officer oneself. I'm not talking about context about external. This myself, I think 3 components of me, which is the CEO, the manager, officer.
Yeah, I suffer when I slave for myself. But when I slave for God, for example, yeah, that is a understandable relationship.
Okay, now wisdom checkpoint. Now you see, God slaving
upon that God.
Sure. Now, yeah, what I'm trying to say, if you pick up these vibes here, when I am human being created, I have three elements, which is the soul, the mind, the body. The soul, the mind and the body has to be following the soul. That means there is this hierarchy of bookmen. That means that's what I mean by slaving. So God slaving me, and then me slaving the other two, or the mind and the body, so that it abides with the wisdom. So then the mind will be, hey,
I was a big fan of ABBA when I was young, of course, but my auntie had all the records. The one that I do.
That's exactly how it came up. I was a good waiter, because I would always like the cigarettes and customers. For her, that's a weird thing. It's smoking in a restaurant, right? And here's, and actually, to segue back to the title, right? Would you agree, Kevin, that the scenario I gave with the 2 minutes of everyone on the planet, as you said, even if
she had that hallucination, and that's why I went further to know I would just think I'm fucking crazy. But in my scenario that I gave, do you agree that that would be enough for you to be like, okay, yeah, no, Jesus. You wouldn't think aliens, you would think, yeah, Jesus.
Can you repeat the scenario one more time, though? Or
so I'll repeat the scenario, and I'll wait.
Or yeah, like a supernatural being. Something super crazy is going on. You can't flash mob the whole planet, right? Not everyone's in on it. And so I would immediately be skeptical of it just being Jesus at first. I would think that whoever's trying to fool the planet is just going that route.
Okay, good. So that's exactly what I said. So I said that for you it would be 50-50. Because as a skeptic, I would say, hey, I get that everyone had this experience. I get that all the answers you gave me was like just
right. I wouldn't deny any of that.
But I would say the only other logical explanation.
This is Elon Musk, the richest man on earth.
They have used some sort of beyond this technology to make us all experience this thing in order to whatever their experience. But if you go through, that's it. So. Biological beings that allows them to insert dreams into our sleeping bodies.
Just as somebody else. There is the God and the kings below him and so forth. Sorry, one more time. I found MJ the part I was talking about where it says this. Several case studies show that household affiliation is not always permanent and
రాత్రి నిద్రపోలేము ఏంది అమ్మాయి ఇన్ని రోజులు గొడవ పడ్డది ఇప్పుడు ఏంటి హార్ట్ ఇచ్చిందా
డీపీ తుడుచుకుని చాందుంటే బాగుండు తుడుచుకున్నట్టు నీ పట్టేసి
దెబ్బకి నాకు అసలు నా మీద నాకే ఇన్సెక్యూరిటీ వచ్చింది అందుకే నేను ఫోటోలు తీస్తాను ఎవడైనా నాతో మాట్లాడతా I'm just gonna block you right now. That's a weekend.
Stop doing that.
Blow it.
I'm not getting cheated on and shit.
Good.
Oh, right.
Good.
That girl love you too.
Get your cock kissing old man. You pushing 30. Fuck off.
Bitch, get your young dog full of cum, broke bum, big shoe, big clothes, ashy, big lip. Stop talking to me. You better hope you be able to make it today. You better be able. You hope you finna get ready and touch everybody. You talking.
Yo.
Y'all was trying to call somebody else, but y'all ain't even.
What?
Let me shut up. I ain't gonna say y'all.
That last graduated high school in 2013.
No, I did not. Yeah, now you weird. Now that's too fucking old. I graduated in 2013. I was still in school.
What, 8th grade?
So can I dig in your ass? Where the fuck you in?
That's beautiful. Who that is? Ain't no fucking who do that?
Now you trying to kick it though, see you got your ass fired up and shit. Now you trying to
Oh, why did you
Well, however you describe it.
Well.
Well, the concept still remains is the ownership of another human, which is bizarre, absurd.
You know why slavery actually ended is because it went out of fashion, because the truth is nobody wants to actually care for humans like they're cattle. And so that's actually why it went away. Not because of the Civil War, not because of intelligence, but just because managing other humans turns out to be very problematic.
The powers of a true Catholic warrior. I know exactly where the fuck you live, dude. So,
No.
I can pay you a visit, man.
Uh-oh, is that a threat?
Yeah. No, I would never do anything to hurt you. I fucking love you. No, you don't need it, but I'll get you one anyway. How about I get one for your asshole?
Have you found a good way to actually trim the hairs in your ass crack?
Have you ever put a mustache on your ball sack before?
What side? Stem and stern.
Yeah, we said.
Upside your fucking head. But that's why I love you.
Oh man, John Kitover is quite a character.
John Kitover.
Without election.
This is why I miss you lot. I miss Megatron's room because everyone just curses me out. And the room that I'm sitting in, they don't like the person, so I have to maintain my mind.
God, Saxon.
Get you, Saxon. We're gonna have to get you reacquainted. If you're telling,
I need to curse some more.
Perfection.
Fuck. Shit.
I can be myself around Megatron. That's the thing. That's why I like him so much because you don't judge me for cursing. Yeah.
This dumb motherfucker. You know this dumb motherfucker did?
What?
Alright, so he was running for Congress.
Nah, I shouldn't have. It's the frequencies are too low. Go through the fucking wall. I'm chilling in a music studio right now. What do I do with it?
Hello?
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 I'm in the music studio at this time,
It's a perfect time for music.
We were making beautiful music earlier in August, if you happen to know.
Do you know how much Keanu Reeves gets paid per word?
You know, Nargis, you need to start minding your own business. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Don't worry about what I'm doing. Worry about what you're doing.
It's a good point. You talk an awful lot, Narges. I just got to tell you.
Hardly spoke to them.
What?
Yeah, so don't you.
You're just saying, like, even if you're well-to-do, it's still better to be productive. You know,
I am.
hardworking.
I'm here today. Ask I am.
Oh, really?
Because you see me online, doesn't mean I'm always talking.
You do a lot of work here. I mean, you sang a song today. You defended Muhammad. It's a lot of work putting in here.
Yeah, I'm here. Okay, now, you said something about 14 weeks, yeah? Okay, you said about your pregnancy, 14 weeks, okay? There's something, you know Ultimate, right? Brother Ultimate, he was in the room. Okay, now, this is something that I kind of looking at this. Maybe you can take that opportunity because it will be coming down, okay? Reaching you. Okay, now, 115 to 125 days.
Relying on yourself instead of relying on Nargis to keep you going.
No, having that sex, you know, when you're pregnant in everything,
Here's my question. You ever heard of enjoyability?
an angel is an angel. I don't.
If you don't, you'll need Nargis to make me pay attention to you. So, I think you're a person that... Wow. That's why he's using that, yeah, the anti-alcohol, right? I know what you're talking about, but just talk.
Okay, now, what I'm going to share with you, maybe it's meant for you. So what is that?
Wait, hold on, what happened?
Okay, what's your... Right.
Oh my god.
Right, so, Jackson, if you are still okay, I just want to run and I think so 100. Your baby soul coming into your fingers. What you know?
Wow. The sunshine when she's gone.
That's right, there ain't no sunshine when I'm gone. I was gonna say.
Ain't no sunshine when she's gone.
I was going to ask actually, biblically, when does a child soul go into the fetus? What stage of pregnancy? It will be now, right? I'm 14 weeks, I'm in the second trimester.
It's actually after your soul and part of the husband's soul that go into the fetus, and then when it sparks, it's a brand new life that's divergent from your body.
Yeah, so when is that then?
It's the sperm cell hits the egg, and then the swinging part breaks off, and then it plants its DNA, and then it... Islam, sperm doesn't come out of your spinal column, but I know how hard you're pumping for the fucking shoulder when you're, long taking it.
Well, I do know that in the Bible, the baby has a soul. Pretty much really quick.
As soon as the sperm hits the egg, there's a spark in there, golden life.
Amen. It's the vessel. It's a vessel, basically.
The two fleshes become one.
Yeah, amen.
That's what that is.
That is the manager and officer. So the CEO is coming in on the later part.
that say I'm pregnant, a generation that I've been just as much as America. So the fact that that baby has life, what's like I can see it. And yeah, it's like that soul speaking from the heart now, because in order to take that verse and context together.